What is up, everybody out there? Finally, we're here. It's the Woo Fantasy Podcast, NFL Draft Night 1. Joined, as always, by the real FF GOAT, Nick Heffley himself. How we doing there, sir?
Let's go, man.
And also joined is the good doctor himself, Brian Harwood, Mr. SBFFC. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Let's get this show on the road. I wonder. I like the Woo Fantasy background of the logos and everything on the website in the StreamYard. It's really cool.
Make it look
I like the background.
That's right. We got to keep everything looking nice, fresh.
Yeah, we need the SBFFC logo up there somewhere.
We'll throw. Yeah, we need to get that in there. Throw that in there as well.
Put that in there. That little.
You're not part of the SBFFC. You gotta come see us in August there and come get your buck. I mean, come join the fun.
Come join the fun. So, of course,
we will put you in the Woo Fantasy division the first year, I promise.
No, we will definitely not do that. You gotta pay your dues, so to speak, to get popped into the division. So, So, Nick. We know pretty much what's going to happen with the first pick with Trevor Lawrence going to the Jaguars. So right before we started this stream, well, we were talking a little bit in the pregame here. So we have the hot rumor of the night now is potential Aaron Rodgers trade to the Denver Broncos. Any weight to that whatsoever? Do you think there's anything that holds water with that?
No way.
No way. Zero chance.
There's no chance that happened.
Yeah, as we speak, too, I just get a notification just as we're speaking there that says that the Broncos do have a very impressive offer on the table for Aaron Rodgers. What? So let me get a percentage here. By the end of the night, Aaron Rodgers, is he dealt? Let me get a percentage. 1%. God bless his Price is Right. Giving me the $1. Give me the $1 beer. Holy shit!
Hey, Dr. Harwood, Jack and Coke, man.
Well,
cheers.
I think if he's going to be traded this week, he's going to be traded tonight. I think.
Oh,
but I think Aaron Rodgers and the Packers have really jumped the gun here. They don't need a reaction to this trade. I mean. I'll tell you, that's good being a first-round fantasy pick. If Aaron Rodgers goes, and Devontae Adams may lose some of that luster. I mean,
a lot of
depends on who they bring in. I mean, if they throw Jordan Love in there,
they got Jordan Love from last year.
Devontae Adams may go.
Yeah, I can't imagine seeing that he is dealt there. You would have to get the biggest haul in the history of hauls to trade for an Aaron Rodgers. But we haven't
because this is a Hall of Fame player.
So we haven't even had our beloved commissioner hop out onto the stage yet to get the clock started.
2 years ago, we were there.
Yeah, 2 years ago we were there.
Cleveland fans. I was there too. Yeah, that was some awesome times back then. I went there. I remember going to his new pub. They had Buffalo Trace, so that was one of the few bars that have Buffalo Trace down there in Nashville.
I really love that. I was watching the promo video, and we had we had one of the guys that come with us, John McConaughey, who was wearing the Bengals jersey, was talking about the Buffalo Trace and drafting Orleans Darkwood that made it into your promo video. That was pretty awesome.
Yes, that was a highlight
Yes,
of the recap video.
That was something else, and goodness gracious.
Oh yeah, the good CD Lamb yanked the phone away from his girlfriend at the draft last year. Yeah, that was an impressive sight to behold last year. Because Lord knows, as soon as he was about to get picked, you know that every one of his side women was texting him to try to get a piece of that money.
Oh yeah. I mean, Deshaun Watson, he's had more sexual harassment cases than Larry Flint.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. He's not up there, Ric Flair yet. But.
Or Wilt, he's trying to get up there with Wilt Chamberlain's numbers and all in one off season.
Woo!
Oh goodness! I just like it how the NFL draft. There's actually crowds, fans. I'll go ahead and see that again. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
it's
you all
the return to normalcy is what everyone keeps referring to it as. I think for me, it's the fact that we're going to finally get to hear the booing of Roger Goodell live and in person once again. Of course, they couldn't do that last year with the virtual draft that they put it on.
He lucked out on that one.
Exactly, he really did.
You know, I went over here. Let's talk about. Hopefully, you guys join.
He'll get more.
But I wound up. I didn't really have a lot of offensive guys going around one. But the more I thought about it, I really started putting a lot of the offensive guys. You know, I went from having Travis Etienne going round 2. I've got him going in the middle of round 1 now. So,
wow. So who do you have him going to in the middle of round 1?
Let's go. Let me go back to the old drawing board and see here.
I'd be interested. This is I can't imagine that you've got him going to.
Sorry, well, middle late. So I've got him going.
To the Jets.
I have actually got him going to the Dolphins at 18.
See, I can't envision that happening.
I can't, and I can't either. But the more I keep looking at it, there's no way a back like him falls this far with so many teams in need.
Well, I mean, it's what we saw last year too. It's the overall view of the position itself by people around the NFL. It's been devalued to the point to where they do fall down the draft board. Like last year, we saw it with the wide receivers. Wide receiver class was determined to be so deep that a lot of the players slid down the draft board because teams just kept passing on players, assuming, well, we can get a guy that's in that same tier next round. So I think you're going to probably see a lot of that with these running backs as well. So that's something to keep an eye on.
That's what I thought too. But yeah, I changed my draft board drastically in the last 20 minutes here. So.
Yeah, those last minute movements.
That's right. And then I had my Panthers board over here. There's James, our Twitter director here.
the Panthers fan of the ring.
And I got taught. I had Penei Sewell actually dropping to them. I think
penis would be a risk.
Yeah, exactly. It should be.
We got Jason Weber hopping in on the channel here, ready to watch a little NFL draft with us.
Webbs.
Yeah.
Woo!
We're all excited. We're ready to go.
We're talking at work today about what the Falcons are doing. Webbs is he's a big Falcons guy. So.
Well, let's see how that plays out here within the next few, basically the next hour. Is it going to be Kyle Pitts? Is it going to be a trade back? That's the question surrounding that team right now. Like what we talked about on our podcast the other night. You seem to believe that is where the draft really gets underway. Is at pick 4 with the Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the first 3 picks are going to be quarterbacks.
Yep.
Where do the Falcons go? If the Falcons go quarterback, this draft really changes really quick.
Yeah, it's definitely going to throw a lot of wrenches into things. I think after the 49ers make their selection here in the first round, whoever it may be, what quarterback is selected, once it gets to Atlanta, that's Katie bar the door, so to speak. That old saying. We don't know what's exactly going to happen after that point.
We got a lot of Kings of Leon going on right now.
I mean, they are from Tennessee. I got to support the local band here that has become a national sensation. They've lost. Yeah, they of course have lost a little bit of popularity over the last 5 years, but oh well. Yeah,
So B, all right. So we were talking on the podcast the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Harwood, what do you got? Trevor Lawrence in a redraft league. Where are you ranking T-Law?
Yes. So in your SBFFC, say like in the main event, you're selecting a team. Where, as things stand right now, where are you comfortable taking him in the SBFFC?
Well, I'm not comfortable taking him at all. Quarterback type we got. I've seen him go in about the 12th, 13th round.
Yeah.
Here we go. The move's out.
I'd rather someone else have him and take.
It was some of the best balls that I was talking to Michael Florio.
They just need some more talents and more time.
I think that was the thing with you. Kind of nailed it with around that the round selection with Trevor Lawrence. I was saying that he's been getting picked around that round 11 in a lot of these best ball drafts leading into the night. So that sounds about the right area for Trevor Lawrence.
You go back. Let's see. Let's go back and where do you think Joe Burrow went last year in some of these drafts?
Burrow was probably around 12, 13.
Let's see. There we go. Let's go back to the old big board here.
Little brother Joe Heffley.
Oh, here we go. Round 13, Joe Burrow in my draft anyway.
There you go, Nick. Your little brother Joe Nathan Heffley in there. Want to know where the Cowboys backdrop is for the podcast
Exactly. Where
tonight?
is the Cowboys backdrop?
I'm in a different room watching on a TV. This is a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere tonight. We're going to be on here for a while, so different room, different viewing. Let's see. I wanted to be comfortable as the next few hours unfold.
Harwood, I really love the wood paneling. By the way, that's pretty solid.
What is that? Is that Nissan Stadium in the background?
Yes, it is. But they was playing the Jacksonville Jaguars that night.
Oh, so that was the usual Thursday night football game of Titans Jaguars that we get treated to every year.
Yes.
NFL knows how to load that schedule up.
That was. Yes, they do.
Jarvis Landry and Bernie Kosar on the stage. All right.
They're not fools, I'll tell you that.
So what are we doing now? What are we going? Full prices right here? Pulling someone out of the crowd.
Come on down.
Come on down. You are the next contestant on Read This Name Off a Cue Card. You got to appreciate the devotion to your team when you your dreads and your hair match the same color as the team uniform.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of surprised that Josh Cribbs is not out there.
Nah, he's too busy at the Children's Hospital saying he's going to give 2 touchdowns.
Great in the league reference there. Very good.
Little Joe Nathan popping in again with the. Do we see Rodgers getting dealt tonight? We talked about that a few minutes ago.
Time.
Yeah,
Time.
Jonathan Heffley app strikes again. You're 5 minutes late. Yeah, we talked about it. Your Nick says 1% on an Aaron Rodgers deal tonight. I myself don't see that coming to fruition either.
You say
It
0%.
seems- it seems like everything is being rushed so much with that situation. I don't think that the fluidity is there for a trade to happen tonight. And then
Well,
Jason,
it's not
hopping
enough
back
time,
in.
not enough time.
Tim Brady,
Yes.
first overall.
Brady. In the same state.
So Jacksonville taking Trevor Lawrence. Any what receive? Obviously, DJ Shark will be the guy that'll probably be drafted among the receiving group.
Laviska
First,
Shenault's going to benefit as well.
that's what I was going to ask. How do we view the second year of Laviska Shenault improvement?
I mean, I think he's going to get drafted as like a 4 with some upside there. So,
well, you figure you've got Urban Meyer coming in. Urban Meyer has a history of using wide receivers in different situations, a la Curtis Samuel. You probably are going to see a lot of Laviska Shenault in the backfield some. I think getting utilized a lot more in that way in 2021. Zach Wilson going 2 expected. So then we had Caleb Farley tested positive for COVID and then got a negative test, but he's not live at the draft. So we've got I think the last count was 12 actual participants at the NFL draft tonight.
Oh, Caleb / Justin Farley. Happy birthday, sir.
There you go. I was gonna nice setup for the wishing a happy birthday to
there's Urban,
the old feller.
It's weird to see Urban Meyer in the NFL. You know?
Yeah, it's an odd sight. I imagine when the team goes 2-15 in their first year, or 3-14, we're probably going to have bouts with a heart attack again.
Surprised Trevor Lawrence is not with his up here in Georgia, man. We got a lot of Georgia quarterbacks getting selected in this draft here. T-Law's from Cartersville, about 30 minutes up the road, and then Justin Fields is Kennesaw, which is about 20 minutes away from the house.
And he badly wanted to be a Tennessee Volunteer, but our then head coach Butch Jones did not like what he saw out of Trevor Lawrence and did not recruit him. Jaguars on the clock final officially.
What is the first round? 10 minutes? I can't even remember.
Yeah, 10 minutes on the first round on the clock. Urban Meyer has come out and said that they're going to use the entire 10 minutes for the suspense factor. Big season last year with James Robinson. Do you expect the Jaguars to take a running back in this draft to compete with James Robinson, Nick?
I mean, I see it happening probably with their second round pick. I mean, I think that's where, I think it's where Travis Etienne could kind of slide in if he falls that low. But, you've got both the Carolina running backs sitting there. And I mean, I think that'd be a great pick. Robinson had a great year one, but I mean, it's up there whether he can do it again, though. But I mean, if he can, great. But I think the Jaguars. I mean, if they were to pair Travis Etienne with Trevor Lawrence, wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can't rule out the fact that it's a new coaching staff, new regime. I mean, maybe they don't want to give James Robinson the amount of touches that he saw in his rookie season. Maybe they want to kind of split the workload a little bit more. So you could see that play in to thought process with this draft tonight as well. and over the weekend.
That's David Shaw right there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's David Shaw. Yep. Yeah, actually has sounds educated on the broadcast.
We're watching on NFL Network, by the way, for everybody out there.
Very yes. Also, yeah, I do. I'm very a staunch supporter of the NFL Network's coverage of the NFL draft.
Oh, they're doing a top-notch job.
Mm-hmm. Even though they've had a couple of people put out mock drafts and that have been questionable at best.
Their mock drafts are horrible. But you know what's even worse though? Chris Sims mock draft.
I was going to bring that up. Good segue. Nice teaser there. I was going to bring that up. Well, how do you feel about the Chris Sims mock draft with Justin Fields being selected all the way down at 32 at the end of the first round?
Yeah, I would be willing to bet money. You know, even if some teams have him rated as a second-round pick, which I can't imagine there's many, there's some teams that don't have him rated that would never let him drop that far.
There's no chance. I mean, he's not getting past your Bears. That's one team. He's not getting past Chicago. There's no
The
chance.
Washington football team or the Patriots? No way.
No, none whatsoever. Here you go. There you go, Nick. Jason bringing up did you see the free Josh Gordon sign? Of course I did. Not on the bandwagon with Josh Gordon anymore. Finally divorced the man when it comes to fantasy football.
I mean, really, I'm more of a free Justin Blackman sign. I'm still holding out.
Oh my goodness gracious! Oh man,
what would he look like with Trevor Lawrence back there? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine if he actually stuck it out and maintained his playing career. That guy had a very high ceiling coming out of Oklahoma State, and just couldn't keep it together. Couldn't keep himself on the field at all. And this is also too like back during the days when before Twitter was such a popular destination. News of the Justin Blackman suspension comes down. Minutes later, Nick Heffley attempting trades with people that do not keep up with the news in a fantasy football league.
Let's see if I can remember his.
It's not my fault people don't keep up with fantasy football. It's not my fault. I'm trying to maximize my team. Somebody out there's not paying attention. That's on them. What do you think, Harwood? Is that kind of an asshole move by me, or we got to get an unbiased opinion?
Harwood hanging out down there, not paying attention to anything. Pick is in finally.
Guys, the pick is in. Hold on. I gotta do the ESPN thing. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-da-da.
It's in.
Pick
is in.
Fellas.
So I'm glad they stopped the concerts and I was on the football.
Howard's got a little Buffalo Trace rolling. It's going to be a good night.
Exactly.
Tonight.
Josh,
I will not be taking Johnny Football in the 13th round. I promise.
No, you will not. Yeah, that is very true. So speaking of the Jaguars, of course, the news little tidbit before we get to the pick, the tidbit of news that came in earlier today. Tim Tebow working out at tight end.
I'm gonna rank him as a fringe number one tight end.
He's pretty strong. I think he can survive. I mean, just he makes the team. I wouldn't count him out.
Yeah, I'm going to count him out. I've long
he
been
makes it
a Tim. I've long been a Tim Tebow hater. I just don't think the guy's got it. He's grasping on the straws at this point, trying to hold on to some type of credibility and popularity. Couldn't make it past the single A level in baseball. Finally,
Give it up, bro.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier today. Just give it up, man. You do a great job as an analyst on the pregame show for college football.
Hey,
Do your
everybody
thing.
Everybody gets at least one pick right tonight. Yay!
Everybody.
We're all at 1,000%.
Yes.
The ones that are even excited, they already knew.
So it's official. After all the hubbub and secrecy, they didn't want to really fully commit to putting the pick out there. Trevor Lawrence to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We got that on the table now. Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville Jaguar, book it as a QB2 in 2021 in fantasy football.
Ooh, that was good.
Well, will he start day one? Will he start week one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He's absolutely a day one starter. 16 games, 17 games, which they're going to that.
I mean, I think he's like Joe Burrow to where if they had anybody there, they're immediately getting rid of him. Who's the quarterback at? Let's see.
Gardner
Minshew. Yeah, deuces.
Yeah.
Bye, Gardner.
Yeah, he's obviously going to get moved.
He bounces around and starts for teams here and there.
Yeah. Good bring up by my cohort. James says.
What's that?
Says he's gonna that Gardner's gonna be the new Ryan Fitzmagic. I tend to agree with that. I think that's a great assessment.
Somebody on Twitter I was talking to the other day actually brought Drew Lock up as that potential the millennial Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yeah, gets a change of scenery, gets to go to a new place, and gets to shine somewhere else.
But I mean, Drew Lock's been hurt though. Has been his thing. He hasn't really had a chance to be able to. He hasn't had a real chance. I mean, he's only been in the league 2 years. He was hurt. Hurt most of his first year. Hurt most of his second year. I mean, he's had a little chance.
Well, I mean, it's inconsistencies. He likes to attack downfield, and if you're not a pinpoint passer, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. That's the thing with Drew Lock is, he takes risks. They don't always play out. And I think that's what a lot of your people, especially the Denver Bronco fans that are out there, that are getting a little bit tired of.
The Broncos have got some wide receivers out there to be able to throw the ball to. Though.
Yes,
you got Sutton out there. You got Jerry Jeudy. You got Noah Fant. You got and not to mention, I tell you a guy that's going to really fly up some draft boards now. Melvin Gordon. With Philip Lindsay released, I mean, unless they pick up a big name out there, he should be a fringe round one guy.
You're not buying into Mike Boone stealing some thunder in Denver.
Oh, I didn't know he was. Oh, dude, I didn't know he was there. Well, drop him down the board. Right? How did the Jets mess this pick up?
They're not. This has been
lineman.
Zach Wilson for weeks now.
Have you seen what Zach Wilson looks like, though? He looks like a deer in headlights. Like, I feel like this is going to be a bad pick.
Nah.
All right. Before we go to Zach Wilson, we got 4 minutes, 15 seconds left. Rookie draft. I know we've talked about it in a previous podcast. Where are you going with Trevor Lawrence?
As things are slotted right now, I think I've got him at 1-4.
Okay.
A lot of that's probably subject to change based a lot on these the landing spots of the rookies tomorrow night, over the first, course of the first 3 rounds. But right now, I'd be comfortable taking Trevor Lawrence at 1-4 as far as ceiling. But what we've also mentioned on the podcast previously as well is it depends a lot on the need of your team. I mean, if you're in a situation where you're needing to bring in a rookie quarterback and to start building your franchise around a young football signal caller like a Trevor Lawrence, then you're obviously going to want to pick him a little bit earlier.
go balls
I
to
mean-
the wall. I mean, he's joining a young team. I mean, if they just get one more wide receiver, I think they'll be. in good shape.
Well, that's the thing. I think the misconception is that their wide receiver group is not good, but DJ Shark, Marvin Jones, Laviska Shenault are not a bad core of
Bad, they're not
pass
great
catchers out
either.
there. They're
I mean,
not. They're
look
not
at
great. They're not going to
whoever goes to Niners
accentuate
is
his
gonna
game.
Whoever goes to Niners is going to be set, man. It's granted, Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't really do shit with him, but granted, he's been hurt most of the time. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, I would be. We talked about it the other night. I think 1-4, 1-5, but depending on whether you need a quarterback, I mean, you could even go 1-1. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is going to be
Good.
Trevor Lawrence is going to be a starting NFL quarterback for 10 years, no matter how bad he sucks.
Yeah, no, he's definitely locked in to be a decade-long quarterback. Now the question is going to remain: does he stay? How long does he stay in Jacksonville for the course of his career? Is he going to be a guy that's going to stay in Jacksonville for the majority of his career, and they're going to build the team around him? That's the question. How things are playing out now, because you've kind of seen the sentiment grow around the league that a lot of these teams like to get a quarterback that's on their rookie deal and then go from there, build the team around them.
Sorry, this is Trevor Lawrence's dad is trying to get in the picture here, so he's
I can't see that at all. The
see
glare.
that? There we go.
Oh, we got, what is that, butt crack?
Trevor Lawrence is trying to squeeze in amongst the fam there.
Oh,
Let's go
my-
look at Twitter.
I know. Co-host Nick Heffley working a little blue tonight on the podcast.
Now, here's the thing too. In
Oh, my
a
goodness.
dynasty, like I'm in a couple dynasty leagues. Is Trevor Lawrence? I guess does he go in the top 3, or does the running backs go? I guess the running backs go before him. But what spots would be good to take him at?
Yeah, that's what we've talked about. Is it really? I mean, in a dynasty league, it's going to vary from team owner to team owner or team manager. Yeah, it's the new vernacular that we should go. It's the situation of the team around them. I mean, yeah, I think it's probably going to change if Jamar Chase does land in Miami, but I've currently got him as my overall number 1 on my rookie board. But if he goes to Miami and say Najee Harris, like we talked about the other night, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, then
Go, Jets.
Pittsburgh's
Let's mess some things
obviously
up.
going to be the number 1. But no, Trevor Lawrence, I'm comfortable taking him anywhere within that top 5 based on need of your team in a dynasty.
2 for 2.
I did it. 2 for 2.
I don't know how anybody would have messed up these top 2 picks in this first round.
This is the prom king runner-up.
God, I'm just going to say right now, the way Zach Wilson looks, he's going to get eaten alive by the New York media.
I think like I've mentioned previously, I think he's got a little bit more swagger to him, a little bit more attitude than Sam Darnold, where Sam Darnold just froze like a deer in headlights with the New York media. I think Zach Wilson has a little bit more moxie that he can handle it. Now, does he
Sam
look like
Darnold went to school in Los Angeles. Zach Wilson went to school in Provo.
that has nothing to do with their personality.
Okay.
Nothing.
Howdy doody.
But I will say this.
Over.
I will say this though, Zach Wilson does appear like his dad is going to sue your dad if you're a little bit mean to him in school.
Bob Backlund's grandson.
I don't know that reference.
That's a wrestling reference,
Okay.
Nick.
That's why I don't know it.
Yeah. Bob Backlund unseated Bruno Sammartino in the 1970s, the longtime reigning WWF champion. Bob Backlund defeated him and ending his reign in the 1970s.
Sorry, everybody
Well,
out
no,
there.
it was-
It's like me and not a big wrestling fan. Sorry.
I am a vast array of knowledge.
Well, really, he just looks like that guy that this defensive tackle's gonna give him a wedgie or something. You know, it seems to me. I mean,
So let's discuss it official now.
Can he
Zach
even
Wilson
play
is the New York
football
Jet quarterback.
Can he
I
play
mean-
football instead of not going to BYU or what? I mean,
I don't know how different this is than Sam Darnold, just a younger Sam Darnold. I mean, I mean, whatever quarterback goes to the Niners here is going to go over him for sure. I mean, who exactly do the Jets have to throw the ball to him? Corey Davis,
Denzel Mims, and Jamison Crowder.
Okay, I mean,
Similar to what we just talked about with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're a solid group of receivers.
I don't know about solid.
I think they're solid. Denzel Mims got a
average.
bad. I think Denzel Mims got a bad rap last year because of how bad that offense was with Adam Gase.
I mean, they got Keelan Cole, Braxton Berrios, tight end Chris Herndon.
But still got Herndon. But that's going to be one question mark with Zach Wilson going there. Does Zach Wilson? Do they utilize the tight end much? That's the question mark for me with Zach Wilson. And then there you see Zach Wilson's friends and family in the back.
Do you see he has like he looks like all his brothers look the exact.
It looks like the high school reunion from a private school.
I mean I mean, let's face it. The Jets can have messed this up, but I feel like they're gonna, as usual, mess up their next pick. I think they messed this one up. I honestly would have gone Justin Fields here.
Yeah,
I think that was the pick for me.
Well, I mean, that's how I had them ranked going into the draft. I had Fields as the solid number 2 back behind Trevor Lawrence. I think most people that are talent evaluators that go through the film and go through the analytics, most of us have Justin Fields.
That doesn't give cookie cutter answers. I want a guy that goes out there and be like, "Hey fans, y'all about to get some big dick energy. I'm about to lay it on everyone."
That would be a good answer.
You want the Trevor Bauer quarterback?
Yes, I do. I want a guy to go out there, whip his dick out, and be like, "Come fucking get it."
Little Joe Nathan asking. I guess we're about to find out if it's going to be Mac Daddy Jones.
Watch it be Trey Lance. Everybody's messed up.
Everybody's going to get messed up when it's going to be Trey Lance coming off the board.
Apparently, little brother has not been paying attention that Justin Fields not even in consideration unless they're doing a 49er smoke screen. All right, I'm gonna go get a little bit more of a Jack and Coke here.
Going to go get the extra Jack and Coke.
I'm gonna need it for this pick. Right?
Yeah, well, you got 3 minutes before this pick goes.
You don't need to.
Nick's going to be belligerent by the middle of the first round.
Well, the good thing is that we're not out anywhere, so he can't A, get lost, or B, start doing rando dance moves on a dance floor with people out and about in the night scene. It's the classic. Once you know Nick is very, very drunk, he starts to do the 2-foot slide into an area. That's the point where you know he's feeling himself and he's ready to go.
Yeah. You doing anything on?
Tell you what, though, what? Let me ask you this, guys. What if San Francisco trades the pick for Aaron Rodgers?
Well,
he looked good. San Francisco Aaron Rodgers with Deebo.
I mean, I would like the landing spot if they were to actually pull the trigger and pull the trade, and Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback in San Francisco. But I think we've kind of since passed that possibility. They even, I mean, you know, the report was that come out this morning that they did call Green Bay on Wednesday to check in on Aaron Rodgers, and Green Bay said, "No, we're not trading him."
All right, pick is in. Here we go.
Well,
all right, what y'all's pick? Mac Jones is my pick.
Mac Jones is the Vegas favorite to be the pick on FanDuel Sportsbook.
I guess we find out who wins. Is it the coach or the GM? We find out who wins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going to stick with Justin Fields. I know ultimately I'm probably about to be wrong here. So I just think that would be the smart move for them as an organization.
I'd rather have Fields over. Honestly, Fields would be my number 2 over T-Law.
Yeah. But before this pick is in, Nick, any boost to fantasy potential whatsoever for Denzel Mims, Jamison Crowder, or Corey Davis with Zach Wilson, the Jets
I don't
quarterback?
think a boost. I think it's flat. I don't think we see any boost for any of these guys.
I believe we're probably going to see a little uptick in value out of Denzel Mims. ADP wise, I don't think any of these guys are going to get carried away in some drafts.
Really?
I think you're going to see their values kind of stick to where they are currently being drafted in best balls. So I agree with that point. But I think by the end of the season, I like Mims to perform perform very well.
I think for me the pick is
Trey Lance, North
Jamison.
Dakota State. Trey
Pick
Lance.
is in.
Let's see. I think for
Trey
me,
Lance. I'll predict it right now.
I think for me, Jamison Crowder is probably who I think benefits the most from this because he's getting picked later.
Yeah,
right,
value wise.
Ooh.
Yeah, Trey Lance is the pick to the 49ers.
All right. Wow. Adam dropped it. Okay. Well, this changes things a little bit.
Mac Jones is going to the Patriots.
That's where I have Mac
Well, I guess
Jones
Kyle
ending up
Shanahan did not. Kyle Shanahan did not get his choice.
No, he did not. That was a John Lynch move, is to get Trey Lance there. So Trey Lance, 1 year of solid quarterbacking at the collegiate level, looked fantastic at North Dakota State in 2019. Of course, did not play but just one game in 2020. You see the stats on the screen: 30 passing touchdowns, 1 interception was in that one game in 2020. Obviously, there is going to be a little bit of a growth period with Trey Lance here coming to the NFL. How high is his ceiling as the 49er quarterback?
Wow.
I mean, let's see what the Niners do with Jimmy Grapes here. I mean, do they keep Jimmy Garoppolo and give him a year to be able to go, or do they just flat out try and trade him? I mean, you got Nick Mullins there. I don't think anybody really behind Jimmy Garoppolo is going to do much of anything, but I think Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter as it stands still week 1. But,
yeah, I agree.
But if they trade him off, Trey Lance I think comes right in and plays. Who would you guys rather have? Trey Lance, Zach Wilson?
Right now, I would take Trey Lance. I would take Trey Lance over those two.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I would take Trey Lance too, but North Dakota State, I mean, what was the prerequisite there of graduating from college? You had to milk a cow with your throwing hand, or what? I mean, they're comparing him to Steve McNair here, and I could see that. I mean, the 49ers need a guy that can run that offense with a cool, calm, collective guy. Garoppolo was not that guy. He wasn't cool, calm, collective. This Lance guy looks like he's got a little bit of sense that can be that field general that the 49ers need. I mean, he looks okay up there, but just with North Dakota State, I mean.
Well, I've likened him, even going back to 2019 and kind of going through the film and everything with Trey Lance, I've likened him to Colin Kaepernick. Just build, frame, how his game is. It's similar to Colin Kaepernick, but I think he's going to be a better passer in the NFL. But both of them, there was some running ability. And, of course, when it comes to fantasy football circles, we're always intrigued by the quarterbacks that bring that rushing potential. Obviously, Trey Lance accomplished that a lot at North Dakota State. So that's going to be something to see how they utilize him in the Kyle Shanahan offense. Kyle Shanahan's typically been a guy that likes to have that drop back in the pocket passer. He had the 1 year with Robert Griffin that RG3 really shined in Washington. But now we have a guy that I think they're gonna have a little bit of a project with Trey Lance, get him kind of acclimated to the league. Well, I mentioned on the podcast the other night, I think he's going to be a prime candidate for a player that you're going to see probably not step onto the field until a bye week situation, kind of similar to what we saw with Tua and the Dolphins last year. They're going to want to get him onto the field, but they don't want to rush him onto the field. What say you there,
I
Nick?
would agree. I mean, I don't know.
So Trey Lance, what do you guys think? What do you guys think in a redraft? What do you guys think in a dynasty draft?
Well,
Well,
redraft
dynasty, obviously,
value
number
wise,
2 quarterback is-
right now as things stand, I'm probably going to have him as my number 2 quarterback in a dynasty league, just based on the landing spot. So I agree with that. Redraft though, say we're drafting in the SBFFC. If I grab a quarterback early on, like a Dak Prescott, one of these upper tier, upper echelon quarterbacks, I'll spend some draft capital on a Trey Lance further down the board. Possibly kind of see the type of potential he may have and be a spot starter.
Yeah, I mean he's a guy I'd probably rank towards the end of my number two guys with some heavy potential. I mean they've got a great offense with a lot of weapons there in San Francisco. But I think it depends on how early he goes. I mean, do you think if he starts week 1, does that affect somebody like George Kittle's value and how good he's going to be this year?
Yes, because I think you're going to see I think the targets are going to come down for a guy like George Kittle. The targets are going to come down because you've not seen Trey Lance really utilize the middle of the field as a quarterback. That's going to be something where if you watch a lot of his film, his eyes stay further down the field and he doesn't scan and progress very quickly to the middle of the field in that short to intermediate area. I think that's going to be an adjustment period, and that's going to affect George Kittle. So it's a better pick for the value of a guy like Brandon Ayuk, in my opinion.
All right, so here's where here's where the draft really pivots. If we go quarterback, that's one way. Go tight end, go wide receiver, you can go line. This is, to me, right here with the Falcons is where the draft really turns.
Yeah, I mean it strictly boils down to what the front office for the Falcons want to do. Do they want to try to continue to compete with Matt Ryan there, or do you want to slowly start to build for the future? That's the question here.
I mean, my thought is here that Arthur Blank does not want to build for the future. I feel like he thinks that they could win right now. So I feel like they go get.
Wow, the pick came in very quickly too. This is a very intriguing spot in the draft.
I've got Kyle Pitts here as my pick. What do you guys got?
Well, I mean, of course, in the final mock draft that I put in, I had this as the trade spot for the Broncos to move up to get Trey Lance, and of course, that did not pan out. So I think this is going to wind up being Kyle Pitts myself.
There he is.
Got Chase in.
There he is.
Never heard of Trey Lance.
Yeah.
3 for 4.
Woo! All right, I've got to give it up. I've got to give Chase Reigns.
It is. Good old Chaser in there.
I mean, I've got to give it up to my boy. The Raider superstar called this almost before anybody. I was right on his heels once I started thinking about it a little bit, but he was one of the persons I knew to call this. So
yeah. What hell is probably about 2 months ago, I think, when we did a podcast and we were starting to talk about some things, and I just had a gut indication that Kyle Pitts was going to be the Falcons' pick. I changed some things around in my last mock draft because I felt like there was going to be a team to move up for a quarterback, but it seemed like Pitts was the obvious move here because it sounds like all the tea leaves are showing that Julio Jones, whether they trade him sometime or another, he's out the door. Kyle Pitts is kind of a natural gifted athlete that's going to fit into that offense, very similar to Julio Jones. You've already got Calvin Ridley instilled as the main guy there, as the main passing option. But we've seen it before. Matt Ryan loves to utilize the tight end in this offense. It did not work out too well last year with Hayden Hurst, but Matt Ryan loves tight ends, and this is going to be the best tight end that he's had in this offense from a physical standpoint since Tony Gonzalez.
So let's give it up real quick. Let's give it up to in our listener group at Wilson27 is perfect through 4 picks here. Kudos.
Keeping track of it.
Don't worry, James. We've got. I mean, almost everybody else. We've got 13 other people right behind him who've got 3 out of 4 so far, and then we got a couple people that are a little bit further down the line. All right, Kyle Pitts. Right now, where do you think he's going to go in a redraft? Let's go. Where do you think he goes in a redraft? Tight end rank. Where do you rank him right now?
Oh, let me.
I mean, I'm going to have him. We talked about this the other night. I think I'm going about 6 or 7. I think is a good spot just right off the bat. Just throwing.
Let's look here real quick. So obviously he's going to be behind Kittle, Kelsey, Waller, the top 3 at the position.
Andrews probably.
Then there starts to get a little bit of some interesting tidbits here, because you mentioned Mark Andrews had a little bit of a down year last year. It seemed like that offense with Lamar Jackson kind of took a little bit of a step back. But then you have T.J. Hawkinson, who was the number 3 tight end in fantasy last year. Noah Fant, Hunter Henry, Logan Thomas, Robert Tonyan, Evan Ingram. These are all the guys that are all going to be kind of in there in that same group. Where do you feel you would be comfortable drafting Kyle Pitts now as the Atlanta Falcons tight end?
Well, let me tell you something. In the FFPC, the Fantasy Football Players Championship, where if you sign up for a Rotoballer account and use promo code Fantasy and deposit some money on FFPC.com, you get a $25 bonus. I think he'll go 4th round in redrafts. 4th round. SPFC, I think he'll go round 6.
Sounds about right. Nick, what do you got?
Not that high. I mean, the way the tight ends are coming off the board, 6th or 7th guy. I mean, I'm going into more round 8, round 9 kind of thing. I mean, tight ends haven't been going as early, but I think drafts are different in the SPFFC on where these guys go. I mean, he's got a lot of upside. I would feel a lot more comfortable with Kyle Pitts if they happen to trade him off. If they happen to trade Julio Jones off. We're going a lot higher with Kyle Pitts there. But I think as it stands right now, he's going to have a good year. I would say probably 800 yards and 6 touchdowns. I think it's probably that's great numbers for a tight
end. That's the thing. His draft positioning is going to be highly dictated of name value and that upside appeal. Like you mentioned, a lot of people are going to be kind of buying into that hype, and I think you're going to see his ADP just continue to climb throughout the summer. And you're going to see a lot of narratives brought forth with Kyle Pitts and what he's done, especially the production that he had at Florida. So I wouldn't be shocked to see this guy probably drafted as a top 5 tight end, probably 6 by the time it's all said and done.
So who you guys have going to the Bungles here next? How are the Bungles going to bungle this pick?
They're gonna wind up taking Jamar Chase, and it's just going to be a car wreck.
No, it'll be a bus wreck. I mean, WKRP in Cincinnati couldn't have picked a better one there.
It's a very obscure late 80s television sitcom.
No, 70s, poll. Dude. 70s poll.
No, WKRP in Cincinnati was in the 80s.
No,
go look that up.
The Cincinnati Bengals good practices. Bengals been practicing social distancing since the 90s.
78 to 82. Technically, we're both right, but I feel like I'm more right because it started 78.
Okay.
Nice try, B. Suck it.
We both get a point on that because I think the popularity of the show really hit in the 80s.
Whatever. That's a 70s show.
Yeah. Welcome Back, Cotter was a better show.
Welcome back. Most of our listeners are like, what the
So
fuck
in
you guys
our
talking
Roto Baller football Twitter group chat, we have
Welcome back, Cotter.
we have
I'm almost in high school.
Chris G. Chris G's got Kyle Pitts as tight end 4 in redraft right now. Just off the top of his head, he's got Kyle Pitts tight end 3 in dynasty rankings.
Dynasty rank, I mean, if as a tight end, I mean, I think the thing you have to consider too is Matt Ryan may not be there for another year or two, and you got to think of his long term. But I bet he is. They're going to bring in some quarterback that's going to have him be halfway decent for a long time. I feel like.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest question with the Falcons moving forward. Was what are they going to do at the quarterback position when to have someone groomed and ready to go for when Matt Ryan is gone?
I mean, this is good. This is what James and I were just talking about this. I think the dirt. Oh, we got some Dirty Bird advertising on the old TV here. They're loving the college. That's right. I mean, round 2, I think, is where the rubber meets the road. I think they would do really good taking a running back in round 2. But if they went and got like a Kyle Trask or a Kellen Mond, that would be a great deal. How the hell did I take Penny Sewell? And man, I feel like I should have had Jamar Chase here, but somehow Penny Sewell wound up being the pick here for me. Goodness gracious, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, I still think I don't know what it is, but I just feel like Kellen Mond is going to wind up being a pick for the Chicago Bears in this draft.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like you guys are getting the pick like 5 seconds before I do. So whenever you get the pick, shut up. Harwood. Yeah, don't look on Twitter.
No, I want to look up Twitter.
No. Come on.
Come on, Sewell. Come on.
Yep. So that tells me with Jamar Chase going to the Bengals that Joe Burrow has a lot of pull in this organization already.
I feel gypped. I feel like when I was switching stuff around that I messed that up.
So now we got Jamar Chase. We talked about this a little bit on the podcast the other night. Jamar Chase in the Bengals offense now. Overall perception, just right off the top of your head, how do you feel about Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals?
I mean, for me again, I think I rank the 2 running backs ahead of Jamar Chase, but for me, I think he's 1.3 in this draft. I mean, I would take Etienne and Harris ahead of him depending on landing spot. Jamar Chase would be right behind him. I think he's going to slide in as the number 1 receiver. The Bengals receivers in T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd are good, but they're not that good compared to Jamar Chase.
Anyone has BDE in this game?
Yeah, I mean Jamar Chase is just. I mean, I keep bringing it up over and over again. Jamar Chase is an otherworldly talent coming into this league.
Solid.
But
you're the master of acronyms.
Redraft. Where are you taking Jamar Chase now?
I think he's right around like a top end, a late 2 and early 3. I mean, I that's tough. I mean, I think you've got the knowledge of Joe Burrow that he's going to throw the ball to Jamar Chase. I don't want to take him too early, but I would feel better about him being a 3 than a 2.
Yeah.
That's where I would feel comfortable as a 3.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
hold on, guys. Stop the phones. But as it currently stands, the real FF Goat is leading the picks right now. I'm just throwing it out.
yeah, I don't have the tally pulled up on my phone, so
No, I'm keeping up.
You'll have to keep up with that throughout the process. So
100. Not there.
but a lot of what's kind of been talked about over the course of the last few minutes with Kyle Pitts in Atlanta is how many mouths can that Atlanta offense feed? I think the same thing really comes into play here now with the Bengals, correct? I mean, they've got three obvious wide receivers with fantasy value. They're still searching for a tight end. We're just going to throw that to the side. But could this be a situation with Cincinnati this next year? And really, as far as when it comes to dynasty, until say a Tyler Boyd moves on, it's going to be a situation where you're going to have a hard time week in, week out picking what receiver is going to be the top guy in that offense for the week, right?
I mean, I feel like Jamar Chase is gonna be the alpha dog. I mean, Tyler Boyd's a good 2, T. Higgins is a good 2. I feel like Jamar Chase is a good 1. So,
Yeah,
the Fins pick is in. Who did you have going to the Fins here?
That's got to be Sewell here. It's got to be.
I would think.
You heard a lot of conjecture earlier today that the Dolphins were really high on Jalen Waddle. I would be shocked to see Jalen Waddle here at this pick. But if you really want to see what you have in Tua and you want to build the offense around him, you're going to have to protect him. And to me, that's just it's a simple answer there, plugging in Penei Sewell here in that offensive line.
You did. I think that's what I meant to do. I was trying to get Sewell down to the Panthers, and yeah, I messed that one up. Man, I'm kind of pissed off now. I'm not gonna lie. Granted, I think a lot of us missed on Mac Jones here at 3, but Wilson 27, man.
I have Sewell going.
So with all those the weapons that Cincinnati has now with Jamar Chase in tow, Joe Burrow in a redraft. How high are you comfortable taking Joe Burrow in redraft?
Of course, the trades might start 7, 8, 9.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think Joe Burrow is ranked right around maybe the 9 or 10 mark. I mean, he's got a lot of weapons there right now. I mean, you got Tyler Boyd, you got T. Higgins, you got Jamar Chase, you got Mixon coming out of the backfield. I mean, you've got a lot of weapons right now to be able to throw the ball around. I would feel a lot better if they start taking I would feel a lot better if they started taking some linemen, but, they did sign Raleigh Reef in the offseason there. So, I mean, I think it's something that, they can really go and address, but
I see. I actually, coming into the draft in my dynasty rankings that are available on rotoballer.com, Joe Burrow is my QB5 in dynasty rankings coming into this draft.
Don't be so.
all right,
Just
here we go.
Mainly based on the fact, too, because that Cincinnati defense is still atrocious. They're going to need to score points to stay in games. I think Joe Burrow is going to be a guy that you're going to see a lot of people hot and heavy on. So I think you're catching up to me on the coverage.
Boy, you on the 305.
Wow.
Yeah, I just named that off just a few minutes ago. The earlier talk today was Jalen Waddle was a favorite of the Miami Dolphins. That is the selection at pick 6, ahead of Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith.
They got Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle.
Wow. And Devontae Parker.
So, initial reaction here.
They just need a They just need a running back.
Yeah, it's
Which
very.
they could draft later.
They could. Yeah. I'm really intrigued with this pick. I don't, I don't like, for fantasy purposes, I hate the pick. I mean, you got Devontae Parker, you got Will Fuller there. Granted, it's a 1-year deal, but for a redraft league, I am not a fan of the pick. You know who this helps out? Tua Tagovailoa. That's who it helps out.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if Tua had any involvement with this pick, similar to Burrow with the Jamar Chase selection.
If it doesn't get sniped.
Yeah.
Someone traded up to get a quarterback. So
Yeah. I mean, this is. I mean, I think the Lions could go Devontae Smith here. I mean, they really need a wide receiver as well. I mean, I think this could be the pick.
Or trade back. Someone got.
That's who I've had. I've had Devontae Smith going to the Lions in most of my mocks that I've done up until to this point. I think we might have a little bit of a wide receiver run going here, but Jalen Waddle as a Dolphin. Much like you, I'm not excited about this pick. I think for what Tua brings to the table as a quarterback, I think it helps Tua more because the relationship coming in with Jalen Waddle, there's some rapport there. They've got that connection history. He is a favorite target of Tua, but as you're seeing with the coverage on the NFL draft, I mean, Jalen Waddle's not just a one-trick pony type of a receiver. He can play all areas of the field, all 3 levels as a receiver. They can do many different things with him. So I think it opens up the playbook as far as what a passing offense can be. Probably raises a little bit of Tua's value, I think. What we talked about on a previous podcast, I believe I had him around 16 or so in my QB rankings. So that probably is going to be around where I'll hold. But much like what we were just mentioning with the Cincinnati Bengals, now it just muddies the waters as far as pass catchers week in and week out.
I mean, it does. I mean, there's not. I'm seeing these receivers. Look at this: Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle. You got. I mean, Preston Williams is there. He's a good receiver.
Preston Williams, Mike Gesicki.
Fantasy football playoffs, Miles Gaskin.
That's right. Lynn Bowden, Jakeem Grant. I mean, they've got a lot of receivers there. They've got a lot of mouths to feed. I mean, great job, but you still got to protect Tua there.
Yep.
I mean, in a redraft league, I mean, he's at best a 6 or a 7. That's where he's at. Again, the one person to me, the only person for me that this affects is Tua. I think his upside is going to be pretty high, but I do not like the pick for fantasy purposes. I would have rather Jalen Waddle go to the Lions. If he'd have gone to the Lions, he would be a lot higher in my book. If he'd have gone to the Eagles, he'd be a lot higher. This is not a good landing spot here.
Yeah, at this point, it's an over competition for catches in that offense. That's
now, granted,
simply put.
Will Fuller's a 1-year deal. I mean, he could be gone after this year, and that would rank him a little higher. But at least for the 2021 season, I'm not looking at Will Fuller as being very good.
No, I'm not as well. We've both been big proponents of Will Fuller in the past. Obviously, the move to Miami really kind of puts a dent in his fantasy football value. So I agree with you there. Yeah, it's just it seems to be a disappointing landing spot, Jalen Waddle with the Dolphins at 6.
100% agree. So wow, yeah, I put like this. I did not. I did not remember that. So the Detroit Lions here. I mean, they definitely need a receiver, right? Rashad Perriman, Tyrell Williams. I mean, they got some bigger guys. I feel like Jalen Waddle would have been a better pick for them. Quintez Cephas.
I was going to say you got to bring up my guy Quintez Cephas. I like him as a dynasty prospect. He's kind of in that similar mold to Gabriel Davis in Buffalo. There's some value there, but they're kind of a little bit pushed down the depth chart. I think Quintez Cephas could, if they don't go wide receiver, which I would expect them to take Devontae Smith here unless they move out of this pick. I think that's a guy that you can get late in drafts too. So keep that name in mind as Quintez Cephas.
I agree. If they, I think he could be an up and comer. I mean, I know we were talking about him late. I grabbed him late in a couple leagues last year. I mean, Rashard Perryman is very ho hum, but I mean, Jared Goff, as bad as he is, Jared Goff housed 2 top 20 wide receivers last year.
Yeah, so now we're getting live view of the Detroit Lions war room where Dan Campbell has been scrounging on some kneecaps tonight, eating it up, getting ready for the draft. So,
What does he do?
did you not remember that from his introductory press conference as the Lions head coach? He said,
I don't know that
He said, I want guys on my team that are going to be eating kneecaps. So at that point in time, I said, okay, well, I don't want any part of the Lions offense in fantasy.
I mean, I feel like this has got to go up. Penei Sewell. Yeah, that's unfortunate that they. I mean, I feel like that's the good pick, but they were in heavy need of some wide receivers.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've mentioned it previously. It's still expected that the wide receiver class is a little bit deep. They think they can wait another round or two to get a guy that they can plug into that offense, or maybe they're happy with the guys that they've got there right now.
Into the picks, he's perfect outside of Mac Jones.
What in the hell is going on stage with the Lions fans?
Are you watching ESPN here? I'm not watching the same thing.
No, I'm watching NFL Network.
Okay, I'm watching NFL Network too. So.
Yeah, there was a Lions fan that was wearing overalls and a hat, and an old man dancing around on the stage.
Now I'm switching to ESPN here. Where somehow NFL Network is off. So.
What, as far as like a difference in coverage?
Yeah, NFL Network's on. NFL Network is on a commercial here. We've got ESPN is. Let's see what we got here. Man, we've got. Brandon, just don't finish last in the pick'em again this year, okay?
There might be a strong possibility from some of the picks I threw in there.
Penei Sewell is one of these guys. I mean, you look at what they need. I mean, I think it's only a boon for DeAndre Swift right here, right?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well. I think that's more of a win for DeAndre Swift. Barring any unforeseen, other additions. Of course, they've got Jamal Williams there as the second running back in Detroit now as well. I will mention it again. Jamal Williams is going to be the running back 2 for the Detroit Lions. They're going to run an offense very similar to Green Bay, I believe, with Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift. Swift is going to get a majority of the workload, but the question is going to be how are they going to either one of those running backs going to be utilized in the passing game? And I think that work is going to be split a little bit between Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift because both are capable pass catchers. But yeah, Penei Sewell going to the Lions, I think, opens up more as far as what the team can do from the ground game. So it's more of a win for DeAndre Swift. So I agree with that. DeAndre Swift getting looked at as a high-end RB2 right now in fantasy. Does that seem like where you're probably comfortable taking him?
Yeah, I
mean,
honestly, I'd be.
We're getting some live pick analysis here on the Panthers are up. What do you want, Justin? What do you want, James?
Give me Surtain. Give me Fields. Give me Rashawn Slater. Trade back and accumulate picks. I'm happy with whatever we do. There's a whole number of options that we could go with. I'm good with any of them.
Devontae Smith.
Yeah, the book is wide open for the Panthers.
On the offense.
Any pick right here is fine. Guy that another running back.
I don't want to.
Okay, right. Sure.
Let's not get too.
Yeah, I think this one's probably going to come down to either it's going to wind up coming down to Patrick Surtain or Justin Fields. I believe is what this pick right here is going to be.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is the spot where I thought I thought one of the guys would come and trade for this pick right here. So. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Penei Sewell is that's a great boon up for those DeAndre Swift owners. I mean, where
value. Excellent value.
What's up, Philip? Oh wow, Fields or J.C. Horn?
Give me J.C.
Reports
Horn.
the Rappaport.
That's fine.
Oh,
J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn's the local product, South Carolina.
I mean, between those two, who do you want?
Fields or
Fields?
Fields.
Oh, Panthers fan wants Fields.
I mean, to me, it's got to be Fields because you got Darnold there. He's on technically the 1-year deal because they've not picked up the option.
Yeah, I mean they've traded. They've traded Teddy Two Gloves here. It's got to be Fields.
Yeah, Teddy Two Gloves is gone. To me, it seems like an obvious pick to put quarterback here.
I mean, I would again if Fields is a guy here, I'm going Fields as the 1.2 in dynasty drafts here as a quarterback.
Yeah, I think that they would wind up. Yeah, they would wind up being staying the same rankings wise at quarterback for me with Lawrence and then Fields. It sounds like Daniel Jeremiah is talking up J.C. Horn here.
I mean, your starting corner is Troy Pride, whoever that is, and Dante Jackson, former second rounder here. And they did get A.J. Bouye.
Yep. Who's failed just about everywhere he's been.
I think Justin Fields should be the pick here. Man alive. You should be very calmly excited so my daughter doesn't wake up when this pick gets made.
But I'd be cool with J.C. Horn too. I'm cool with that.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow. And this draft has completely fallen off the rails at this point.
Wow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I did the mock here, and I put Justin Fields at 9 to the Broncos, and I didn't. I was like, no way he can actually fall there, but let's just throw him there and just see what happens. No kidding. Are they gonna let him fall here?
I mean, if you look at my board on that pick'em contest, I believe that is the destination in which I have Justin Fields, Broncos at 9.
I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, J.C. Horn a little bit later on here. I think you guys.
Okay.
I would have rather you guys had got Justin Fields. Though. Holy crap, would that have been amazing?
I mean,
for that with those wide receivers.
We just traded for Sam Darnold.
Yeah, but he's only on a 1-year deal.
But we can pick up his 5th-year option.
They can pick up the option based on how he plays this year. That is correct. Yeah. I think they're going to play the string out and see how things go with Sam Darnold in the offense. So, obviously they want to. They required some defensive secondary help. You named off their starting cornerbacks.
They're not good. I mean,
they're not. They're hashtag not good. So
I mean, their D line. I mean, you guys' D line is pretty solid. I mean, you got Chris Matos, Derek Brown, Brian Burns. You know, you've got some good linebackers there. I mean, I think they look at the offense and just figure, these are
Horn,
good guys that get it done. But
what Horn does for that defense, he gives them a guy that's going to lock down one side of the field. He's a speedster at corner. So he can really stick with any team's number one option at wide receiver. He has some issues when it comes to holding because he likes to play that press man coverage so much. So if there's a guy that gets off the line of scrimmage a little bit faster on him and beats him off the line, you're probably looking at some penalties. pass interference, defensive holdings, things like that, until he really gets more acclimated to the pro level game. I like the pick. It's a need-based pick for the team, so I'm not going to argue that.
With Sutton and
What? I'm surprised it's taken. I mean, we still got time on the clock here. I'm surprised the pick's not in already. All right, be right back, B.
All right. So here we are. We're still 4 minutes away from the Broncos pick here at 9. Wildly, we have seen both Mac Jones and Justin Fields fall down the draft board at this point in time. So, of course, earlier this week, Teddy Two Gloves Bridgewater traded to the Broncos, so they have both Drew Lock. They have both Lock and Bridgewater at quarterback now. So, common thought would be that they avoid the quarterback position here with this pick. But for me, I think you still go with the young quarterback here. I think you're obviously going to wind up letting go of Drew Lock eventually. So if you traded for Teddy Bridgewater, Bridgewater's going to be more of your quarterback bridge to the next guy, and I think you might see that be that might be the situation here with the Broncos here at this pick. I think they're going to wind up going quarterback. They have their pick of either one of those two. I think Fields is the more dynamic pick for the offense and the weapons that they have in front of them. So that would be what I'm going to be intrigued to see here is what quarterback the Broncos take. I don't see them going any other direction here. But like I mentioned, so far this has been an absolutely wild first round. We expected it to be this way. Because nothing really seemed to be set in stone after the first two picks at the top of the board, and we're already kind of seeing that come to light at this point in time.
Over 2 minutes until the Broncos pick. Follow every pick as it happens in the 2021 NFL draft by checking out the draft.
And we're back. I'm assuming the Broncos are filling trade offers if they're going this long, right?
Well, I mean, that's what I was just talking about. I think they could be fielding trade offers, but I fully expect for them to go quarterback here at this point in time.
I mean, to me, this is that second spot of the draft where things are really in flux. I am shocked, Justin. Watch him take like Mac Jones or something. At this point, I'm really hoping Mac Jones falls to the Bears or the Bears come up and get him. Like, let's go, boys.
You have to trade up to 13 or 14 to get him because Pats at 15 are going to take him.
Yeah.
It's going to wind up the Patriots are going to get Mac Jones after all, not have to trade to get him, and I'm just sitting here and trying to figure out how that's possible.
This looks like
he's on the phone.
This looks like a call. Like, congratulations to the pick. I should have watched Draft Day today.
Yeah, that got brought up a few times on Twitter earlier today as people that were taking today to watch Draft Day leading into the draft.
Nobody's on the phone with Justin Fields. He's sitting there looking pissed, as is Mac Jones. So.
Mac Jones looking stoic in the green room there.
They didn't take a.
Yeah.
You got.
My pick in this, I've got Justin Fields at this spot.
Yeah, I did too.
Kudos to two of my coworkers there, Drew and Rob, for 7 out of 8 so far. Jeez, kudos.
My
Huh.
here it comes.
Oh, I guess they're making the pick.
Yeah, they're making the pick.
It's so weird them bringing up this person to sit in the chair here.
Yeah, just to sit in the
He's
chair
gotta
and not
take
do
this
anything
back.
else. What
Right.
a nondescript thing to do.
Wow.
It's a good pick.
Well, now Dallas is screwed. So both the picks that Dallas was eyeing at 10, whether it be Surtain or Horn, are off the board.
They're gonna reach for Caleb Farley.
No. There's
Rashawn
not a chance
Slater?
there. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
think
could go
I think
O-lineman.
we're gonna. Yeah, well,
What
I
about
think
that
at this point in
Greg
time,
Newsom guy?
That might be a little high.
Yeah, that'd be a
Or
reach.
do you go the Micah Parsons project?
no. At 10, you're not going to take an off the ball
My buddy who's a
defending
Saints fan,
linebacker like that. I don't see that pick at all. But I will say this. In my my final mock draft at number 9, I did have Patrick Surtain being picked at 9, but I had him going to the Falcons via the trade. So spot was on point. Team was wrong. So I'll give myself a pat on the back for that one.
Don't hurt yourself.
Sure, but yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
geez.
Patrick Surtain that feels a need for the Denver Broncos. It really that gives us no fantasy buzz-worthy statement that we can make now with this pick to Denver. Solid pick there. Probably, I mean, I had him as the top cornerback in the draft. They're getting him at a position of need, like I mentioned. So, kudos to the Broncos for the pick. Again, we're seeing the quarterback slide. Looks like they're going to both Mac Jones and Fields fall out of the top 10.
Could my Bears jump up and get Mac Jones or Fields? Well, I would love that. Ooh.
Oh my goodness! We might have to stop the podcast if you wind up getting Justin Fields.
I might get a jersey.
Replace the long-standing Brian Urlacher draft jersey. So, Cowboys at 10 here. I believe it's going to be Slater. I think that's going to be the obvious pick for us at 10. We saw offensive line become a very, very horrible situation for our team last year, whether it be a rash of injuries or just subpar play altogether. We're going to have to address that at some point in time. So I believe, got Tyron Smith is getting up there in age. We're going to need to replace him. He can't stay on the field. So a pick of a guy like Rashawn Slater, I think, would be an obvious selection here for me.
I say you guys go Quiddy Pay.
If we take another Michigan defensive end, like Taco Charlton a number of years ago, mark it down. We're done this year already.
You guys are stressing right now. I know that much.
Nah, I mean, to me, like I mentioned on the podcast the other night, we've made some sound decisions when it's come to the draft over the last few years. So I'm pretty sure we've had plans in place for guys that were getting selected in front of us and players that we can pivot to. So I will trust the process, so to speak, how things are going to play out right here.
I mean,
Good luck with that. You guys should trade Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That I've mentioned it in the past. I thought that this was going to be a spot that I thought that the Patriots would wind up moving up to. We would wind up trading back.
You traded it to the Eagles?
So the Eagles are going to trade up to get Devontae Smith because they're afraid that the Giants are going to take Devontae Smith at 11. Because word is a lot of what I was reading earlier today, the Giants were going to take one of the two Alabama receivers in this draft. So I think that that's the route we're about to go right here. I think this is going to be a trade up with us to move up to get Devontae Smith.
I'm shocked that they're trading interdivision. Like,
hey, if we get another asset to trade back 2 spots, and we're going to get the guy that we would have drafted at 10, go for it.
Why not? I mean, you guys' picks got nailed right in front of me here. Why not?
Sure,
got to be Devontae Smith, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Devontae Smith. I have no bones about that. I actually had Devontae Smith going to the Eagles in my final mock draft at 12. So I think that this is going to be the obvious pick for the Eagles here in the trade up with my Dallas Cowboys.
So if Devontae Smith goes here, he's right behind Jamar Chase. Would y'all get a third rounder? That's not a bad
third round pick. That is not a bad haul back for moving down 2 spots. It's similar to what the 49ers did to the Bears a few years ago.
No, it's not. I mean, well, all right. Well, let's look at the depth chart there in Philly.
Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, they need a taller receiver here.
They do. They needed a true
Fulgham, who I would. Yeah, Travis Fulgham, who I would love to do something to my dynasty team, but I don't really see him lasting on. I mean, I think they're going to release Zach Ertz or Goddard moves into the one there, but I mean, Devontae Smith instantly vaults up to their number one. Don't you agree?
Yeah, no, he's obviously going to be their number one receiver. I've mentioned it, ad nauseum in previous podcasts. Devontae Smith, regardless of his size, will be able to get the job done. Now the question is going to be: is Jalen Hurts going to be a quarterback that's going to be capable enough to allow him to excel at the next level? That is my question as things stand right now.
I mean, good move by them. I mean, the Giants are rumored to be going wide receiver, which I don't think they really would have, but good move by the Eagles. Tough because y'all are going to have to play against him for the next
all day
7 to 10 years.
Yeah, but like I keep saying, how good is Jalen Hurts at quarterback really? We saw some inconsistencies with him on the field last year. Well, let's not rule out the fact, too, that, of course, Todd Peterson pulls him at the end of the year inexplicably out of the game. And then, of course, the front office has said nothing but they're, all season long, they keep mentioning that they wanted to bring in some type of competition for Jalen Hurts, but they bring in Joe Flacco. So
Rappaport's reporting that it's Rashawn Slater.
Is that the case?
Cowboys taking Slater.
Could be Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, there's a trade, so right.
And to me, now I'm going to question if they do take Slater here and we traded back to let them come up to take Slater, what Dallas's motives are, and what player are they eyeing with their selection would be my other question.
I mean, I really feel like the Cowboys are on tilt. Cowboys are on
Could
tilt.
be.
They don't know what
I
to
mean-
do. They got to. Well, we thought we'd get at least one of the two corners, and they went 1-2 right in front of us. Let's trade that.
I still don't understand this whole fan sitting in a brown recliner thing.
I don't get it. All right, there we go.
There we go. So Devontae Smith to the Eagles at pick 10 in the trade
Wrong
up.
again, Ian Rappaport.
Way to go, Rap Sheet. Maybe he got bad information from a false account on Twitter. So Devontae Smith, we were just kind of talking about and beating around the bush a little bit. Fantasy value wise, you would assume that he assumes the role as the wide receiver one in the offense for the Eagles. My question marks are going to be, where is his ceiling going to be with Jalen Hurts at quarterback? That's what I'm going to be keen on. I think his ADP is going to probably be. You're probably going to see him drafted as a kind of a lower end, or a wide receiver 3, is what I would think currently. But what does this do, Nick, for you from the perspective on the Eagles offense altogether? Jalen Hurts, does this move the needle for you as a quarterback? And where do you kind of see some of the other pieces in this Philadelphia offense?
I mean, it doesn't hurt him at all. I think it only helps him. Devontae Smith is a much better receiver, coming in right here than Jalen Reagor. I mean, Jalen Reagor is good. Devontae Smith is game changing. He's the kind of guy who I think is easily going to slot in. Just like you said, I think he's going to be more of a higher end 3. I think he's going to slot right in here and instantly become the Eagles' number 1.
Yes, I agree. New coaching staff and everything, new regime there in Philadelphia as well. So expectations are the offense is going to change a little bit from what we saw with Todd Peterson over the last few years. What do you expect to see out of the Philadelphia Eagles offense in 2021? Is this going to be more of kind of a that RPO type of offense that we've seen become popular around the league with the Kyler Murrays and of their ilk? Oh, we got the Bears! The Bears are moving up.
Justin Fields, let's go!
Let's go!
Woo! Let's go! Are you shitting me?
Oh, man.
Hold on. We got to finish this up. Cheers me.
Hold on.
Oh, my God.
All right, hold on. Well, I'll cheers.
Oh, hold on. We gotta. Time to text Scotty Dawson.
I'll cheers you once they actually get kids. Would you be okay with Mac Jones?
I would much rather. James has asked if I'd be okay with Mac Jones. Yeah, but I'd really rather have Justin Fields. Oh my God, let's go, dude. We probably had to give up first round picks for the next 10 years, but. I can't believe they actually did this.
I can't imagine this. Just the sheer nature of the Bears twice in 4 years trading up to get a quarterback.
Well, at least this one wasn't. At least this one wasn't up 1 pick to give up a first round. Everybody's sitting up in their chairs just a little bit here. Let's go.
Yeah, to me it seems like this is a move up to get Fields. I don't think it's the same reasoning behind San Francisco making that move to 3 to get Trey Lance. You know, the conjecture was that you're going to move up to 3 to get Mac Jones. So the Bears are going to move up to 11 from 20 to get Mac Jones. That's the kind of move you're going to make. You're going to want to get a game changer at quarterback, and I think that's Fields.
I mean, we only really had to give up a first rounder next year. I mean, a 4th and a 5th. Okay, whatever. But first next year, I mean, this has got to be Fields.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh God, I would. Yeah, it's got to be quarterback. Let's go. Come on.
Oh my gosh, y'all are going to.
I told you I would get a Fields jersey. Let's go.
Are you gonna get a Fields jersey?
I would go get a Fields jersey right now.
I had to buy a Cam Newton Panthers jersey during the draft, and it's a collector's item now.
Woof, man.
Joel Klatt. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, considering what we would have had to give up for Russell Wilson, multiple firsts probably. Ooh, I'm gonna have to shut up so I don't wake my daughter up upstairs here.
Oh my gosh, Andy Dalton, QB1. Rest in
Ginger
peace.
Ninja. No
Rest
more.
in peace.
Yeah, is Andy Dalton still going to be our QB1?
It's a start the year, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. If y'all draft Fields, I don't think Dalton starts the year.
I don't think he does either. I think we should trade Nick Foles off right now. We should have never drafted him anyway.
Who's going to take
Trade-
Foles' contract? No one.
The Eagles.
Actually, the Eagles. They should actually.
Maybe.
He only does good with them. Oh my God, dude. Woo, let's go, Bears.
Oh my goodness gracious. Whew, man.
Justin Fields, I would take over Trevor Lawrence right now. I'm kidding.
Okay, so I feel better with the Cowboys.
Why couldn't this have happened when we were in Nashville? Like,
Oh, dude, you'd have been losing.
oh my
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
I would have lost my mind.
You would have been so beyond lit.
Who were the quarterbacks that came in like that? Kyler Murray.
Because Kyler Murray was 1 overall. Who
That was
else
the Daniel. That was the Daniel
Daniel
Jones.
Jones to the Giants. We didn't need a quarterback. Mitch Trubisky just got drafted.
And remember, Dwayne Haskins was that year too.
Dwayne Haskins, later.
That was a bad year for quarterbacks after one.
Yeah, let's be honest. It's mostly been a lot of bad quarterback drafts
Well,
in recent memory.
here we go. Let's see how this is. Let's see how we fuck this up.
Oh my gosh! If y'all trade up to pick a fucking offensive lineman here,
I will sign off right now. I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done an hour and a half into this thing. If we draft somebody other than a quarterback, I'm gonna fucking throw this computer.
Oh man!
I have to wait an extra minute.
We draft quarterbacks so bad, man. It's got to be Justin Fields, right?
He fits with what y'all need to try to do with that
We're about
offense.
20 minutes north celebrating right now that the Bears are drafting.
I'm gonna go party with him.
But here's my question.
20 minutes north. Yeah.
Here's my question to you as a Bears fan.
Okay.
Nagy in a lame duck year potentially drafting a quarterback for the next guy?
I mean, if they wanted to make a move, they could have done it with Russell Wilson if that was a true lame duck kind of a thing. So. Oh God. I still wish we would have gotten Mahomes or oh my God. Who's this guy? Auburn Gresham. Okay. Yeah! Woo! Woo!
Wow. Ballsy move.
I'm gonna go get a jersey here. Let's go. I'm gonna go get a jersey.
I think it's safe to say nobody had Fields going to the Bears in this draft.
Not even me. I didn't think we would. That's not a lot to trade up though. A one next year.
Well,
to
I
trade up
mean,
10 picks to be able to go get.
Well,
Go
I
get
mean,
your
if
guy.
you look at it, it's just what we were talking about as we
Yeah,
got
I mean-
started with the live stream.
Woo!
You're gonna wake the baby up.
No, I did it at a lower pitch. I've learned my pitch level.
Yeah. So, Fields now the Bears quarterback. What's your level of expectation as a Bears fan and as a fantasy analyst?
I've got to try to temper my expectation, right? Like I
yeah,
have
well,
to.
Well, this is what I want to hear from you. What
So
over
he got drafted 11th
under
overall.
over under on
Mahomes
Justin
got drafted
Fields
10th overall.
quarterbacking
Watson got drafted 12th
week 1 for the Bears.
Basically have a mixture of Mahomes and Watson now.
I think the Ginger Ninja starts the year out, but I mean, I'm getting told to be quiet here. Apparently, I'm being too loud for the baby.
I figured you would be.
I mean, can you blame me? I mean,
It's the best quarterback that y'all have had since Jay Cutler.
one would venture to say it's the best quarterback we've had since Jim McMahon, but anyway,
It's the best quarterback you've had since Rex Grossman.
since Sid Luckman. No quarterback's thrown for over 4,000 yards, and I don't think Justin Fields is going to be that guy. But I mean,
No.
we need a change. Like we've never really had this dynamic here. So I think the Ginger Ninja starts the year. We've got. I mean, see you, Nick Foles. That was still a stupid move last year. Trading for you, trading a 4th rounder for you. I mean, I love this pick. I think to me again, Allen Robinson, you're gonna want to be a Bear for a while now, aren't you?
Well, you just led me into my next question. Is this enough to make Allen Robinson re-sign and stay with the Bears long term?
I guess we'll see.
So Bears quarterback now. Where are your expectations for Fields as a fantasy producer?
Ooh. You know, year one, I don't think it's very good. I think he's more of like how we were viewing Justin Herbert. I think he's some guy that he's not going to start out the year starting necessarily, but I think as the year moves on, he's gonna start getting some action there.
Yeah.
I would put Justin Fields probably. I'm putting him as the second quarterback right behind Trevor Lawrence. Am I wrong saying that? Am I biased in saying that? Y'all tell me. James agrees.
I'm
with
taking
me.
Trey Lance.
That's not have
I'm taking Trey Lance.
Niners don't have weapons.
I will have Lance ahead of Fields in dynasty quarterback ranking.
I will not.
Based on this move, just on the trained eye and what I've seen as a Bears offense compared to what I can see with Trey Lance in San Francisco. I think they could open up some things more for Trey Lance, and there's going to be a higher ceiling, a higher potential for Trey Lance in San Francisco than Justin Fields. Justin Fields in Chicago, I think he's going to be maddening with inconsistent weeks, I think, in 2021. That's how I'm going to look at him.
Jerry Jones, let's see, this feels like an offensive guy with how Jerry Jones is smiling here. So, Rashawn Slater?
I mean, yeah, it's going to have to be Slater. But let's get back to Fields real quick, though. Where are you going to draft him in redraft? Obviously QB2.
So they can use my comparisons.
You know, I don't know that I draft Justin Fields in a redraft league. I think I look at him like a Jalen Hurts. I mean, I don't know that I necessarily draft him. I mean, if I do, he's a number 3 guy. I mean, I don't take him. I mean, I like the guy, but I don't take him in a redraft league. I mean, he's probably gonna be working for the first little bit.
That's an interesting name that you bring up because Jalen Hurts is kind of a hotly debated quarterback amongst the fantasy industry because you have so many different varying opinions on him. You know, I have a lot of people that are lock him in, Jalen Hurts, top 10, 2021. But I'm more of the mindset of kind of that mid-tier QB2 with Jalen Hurts, just because I saw towards the end of the year last year.
He put up a couple good games there, but
but it was so rushing heavy.
it was, but unfortunately, that's how some of these leagues are designed. Who the hell?
Also true.
What is this thing?
Hell, I don't know.
Looks like he's a San Francisco 49er offensive lineman or something.
We got all kinds of shit happening on stage right now.
All right, it's a she.
Roger Goodell doesn't know what to do. So Dallas trades back 2 spots to get this pick here.
I would love it if you guys got some stupid pick, and I don't know what you would pick, but to make me laugh,
here's the thing.
I feel like you guys would do it, right?
Here's the thing for me. I think the obvious selection would be Rashawn Slater to kind of shore up some inconsistencies along the offensive line, get a little younger, get a little deeper there. I think that's the best thing for our offense, given the fact of how this draft is unfolded. If you go defensive side of the ball, pass rusher is an obvious area of need. Somebody to put on the other side of DeMarcus Lawrence, because we saw Aldon Smith move to Seattle.
Here we go.
For me, I would take Jalen Phillips if it was a pick and you went defensive end.
Yeah, the Micah Parsons project.
I'm not a fan of the pick. I don't like that. He's a workout warrior. He shined in the off-season training sessions and the testing sessions. The 40 time raised everyone's eyebrows and caused everyone to get excited. But for me, he's an off-the-ball defender. It's a little high for me to take a guy playing the position that he's playing.
I mean, but you guys need to take defense. I mean, I don't think your offensive line is that bad. I mean, at the tackle position, you got Tyron Smith, and you got La'el Collins, and you got Zach Martin, Connor Williams.
Well, here's the thing.
I mean, I don't think you got a bad offensive line. I think that was a bad thing.
Do I think that we're pushed into the position to take Micah Parsons here because of the retirement of Sean Lee? No. I mentioned it the other night. Sean Lee, retirement was not that big of a deal because of the fact of the time that he misses on the field. So Micah Parsons here with this selection, can he be Jalen Smith? Maybe. Can he produce at the clip of Vander Esch if Vander Esch is healthy and on the field? That's what you're counting on. I mean, you're counting on a guy that you can plug in now, and you're going to go 3 linebackers deep. Parsons can play coverage as well, but can he rush the passer? That's the question.
I mean, I think this is a good pick for you guys. I mean, I think losing out on the quarterbacks is what made y'all go down a little lower here. I think it's a pick y'all had to make. I don't know. I mean, otherwise you're going to be reaching. I think Parsons is the best linebacker in this draft. So,
well, so now my mock draft pick of Rashawn Slater to the Chargers at 13 is looking to be right on the money. That's where I've had him slotted in. Was I had Rashawn Slater going 13 here to the Chargers in my final mock draft. I had my final mock draft had Micah Parsons all the way down to the Jets at 23. So I was not high. Man. I don't like the pick. So we'll see how it plays out. Defense, obviously, I mean, you even had Dak Prescott come out earlier today, and he said somebody asked him what he thought the Dallas should do in the NFL draft. And he's like, well, you would think we have to go defense, right? Well, thank you for that, Dak. Obviously, we know. So, yeah, I think we're going to have to transition Parsons into being kind of a guy that's going to play on the edge and get after the quarterback.
Are we really going to let Mac Jones go to the Patriots here?
Yep. It is lined up perfectly for Mac Jones to go to the Patriots.
So the only way that doesn't happen now is if
somebody trades up.
Is WTF? I mean WFT comes ahead.
Yeah, if the Washington Red Wolves trade up to acquire Mac Jones. No, I don't. I don't see anybody moving up now, and I think New England's going to get Mac Jones at 15. I had New England getting Mac Jones in this draft, but I had them trading up to the 8th spot with the Panthers to get him. So funny how that works out.
This is this got to be Rashawn Slater here, right?
Yeah, I mean that's who I think.
You do have some needs at corner for the Superchargers here, but I think you got to get somebody in there to. I mean the interior, and I mean you got a guy. I don't know who Trey Pipkins is at left tackle for the Chargers, but I feel like it's a good spot to replace him, especially because James and I both got Rashawn Slater here. Slater at this pick, so
Got him slated at 13.
that's right.
Yeah, I do as well. So we're in agreement. We're all in agreement there.
That means everything. I don't know if you guys saw my tweets last year. I said I wanted to start how I finished. When you saw the Memphis game, once I get to AT&T Stadium, it's up. Well, you wore the right colors, did you know? I knew. This is where I want to go.
I wanted to be in blue.
Yeah. He obviously wanted to be in blue.
BBE.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Every one of my guys outside of Mac Jones has gotten picked so far. So, good Lord. Wonder how many guys had Mac Jones going 3. Those people are a little further down the board right now.
Do what now?
See what the leaderboard has on NFL.com. What do you think? 1, 2, 3, 4. One dude got the first 8 picks, and they got Micah Parsons. Wow, that's solid right there. Expect the unexpected. Oh, pick is in. All right, time to get a Jack and Coker. I got to celebrate some Justin Fields action. Refill it.
Dude, I'd be hyped if I were you. I mean, that's be racist. I mean, it's similar to what the Texans did or the Chiefs did, trade up to 10 and 12 because longer than the Broncos. Look at it. Hindsight's 2020. You guys could have traded that. Accumulated picks and still got the whole. Instead, you guys traded up.
Traded a first rounder to trade 1 pick. 1 guy. This is the one thing I do like about this though is that we were going to trade multiple players. We're going to trade Khalil Mack to go get Russell Wilson, who's old as dirt. Justin Fields could be Russell Wilson. I think that might even be a good comp for him, actually. Who? Russell Wilson. That's a good comp for Justin Fields.
I mean, Fields is bigger. He's like 6'3".
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like the type of player. I think that's a good comp, actually.
I've said that. I said he's close. He's closer to
not as-
Kyler
I don't
Murray,
think he's as mobile as Wilson. Wilson gets 400 or 500 rushing yards a year.
Mhm.
and I think
Yeah.
Wilson. I mean,
Fields
I
can
think
move around, but
Field-
he's not going to get that much rushing yards. He's
I
mobile
think
like
he
Watson,
can.
but he's more of a
I need Rashawn Slater to save my NFL predict the pick here.
Yeah, that's who I've got going here as well. So we're all there.
You've
all
had
in
Rashawn
line.
Slater going for like the last 5 picks, B. Shut up.
Well, in my actual mock draft, I have Rashawn Slater going here.
Okay.
Now, it's both in the prediction contest that we did. I have Slater going here, and I've also got him in my mock draft that's on rotoballer.com as well. So,
Good plug.
yes. There's been some up and downs in this draft so far. That's for sure.
I'm glad I'm in the end I'm kind of glad I changed my stuff up. I've missed on a pick or two here, but all right, here we go. What you got, Kanish? Slater. Come on, Slater.
Yeah, I mean, it's
AC
it
Slater.
seems like it's the obvious pick. Yeah.
You fucking nailed that
Let's
shit.
go.
Slater to the Chargers. Obvious
Slater.
move. So now Slater joins an offensive line in Los Angeles that has been revamped over the offseason. They've improved that offensive line in front of Justin Herbert. I think more than anything, it allows more movement for Herbert in the pocket, gives him more protection, be able to kind of keep his eyes downfield a little bit more. So you're probably going to see bigger plays from Slater or bigger plays from Herbert in the passing attack this year.
Rashawn Slater needs a bigger jacket here, man. That button is just about
that button's hanging on for dear life, ain't it?
Look at the button here.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
You know who this helps out. I told you I hated him last year, but I think at his current ADP, this helps Austin Eckler. It really does. I mean, Austin Eckler should be going at the top half of round 2, and I mean he's going to get a lot of dump offs. He had some decent games last year. That's what this is going to help. I mean, it's not going to help Justin Herbert that much. Justin Herbert finished as number 1 last year. This is going to help Austin Eckler.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna help Eckler. Like I mentioned, it's gonna kind of keep the wheels of the offense in motion a little bit and open some things up for him. They're going to be able to kind of attack downfield a little bit more because they're going to have more time in the pocket, but it's going to open things up across the middle for Eckler in passing situations. My question with the Chargers, though, is all this movement and all the additions that they've had along the offensive line would speak to a team that's going to want to run the ball a little bit more. Eckler not going to be that type of a running back that's going to give you 200, 250 carries. Are they going to bring in a running back in this draft?
It's going to be
Could,
good as Sewell.
I think they've got enough running backs, though. I mean, you got Justin Jackson. He did draft Josh Kelly in round 4 last year. I think he got enough running backs, at least for right now.
Sure, but
they need to address the defense here.
I think they lost a little bit of faith with Josh Kelly late in the year last year. Maybe he hit the rookie wall. It could have been something to that effect too. But I mean, they bring in Kalen Ballage, who was a guy that was a fantasy wonder down the stretch for the team. So it makes me wonder if they really think they've got anything with Josh Kelly, or maybe if they get a chance, would they improve that situation behind Eckler?
I don't think they do early.
No, I mean that seems to me. I'll just kind of throw out a name, maybe a couple of names. Trey Sermon at some point seems like that might be a nice landing spot to be the more of the bona fide running back in this offense. Or if you wait a little bit later on in the draft, possibly Chris Evans from Michigan.
Man, I think they got to go corner here soon. I think that's going to be the round 2 pick. They need some help on defense, man. They keep getting guys hurt. So, the Jets come up.
The Jets come up here to pick 14. Huh.
I mean, it's not for a wide receiver. Who do they think? Who are they jumping ahead of? Let's see here.
New England.
Well,
Edge rusher.
I think that the Jets already got their quarterback, unless they want to get another quarterback here.
Oh shit.
I gotta think. Edge rusher.
I'm kind of. This is interesting. Who could?
I mean, could it be Kwity Paye? Could it be Owusu Koromora? One of those two players, possibly.
I didn't think either of those guys were. I didn't think any of these guys on defense was somebody to move up. I mean, is it? I mean, I hate to put a fantasy spin on it. Is it Travis Etienne?
No, there's no way you're going to move up.
I mean, why would you? Who would you move up for that's going to be that good though, Pete?
I mean, most mock drafts, and mine including, have already had Kwity Paye coming off the board at this point. So that might be a spot where they're seeing Kwity Paye fall. They think New England possibly could go after an edge rusher. So they're probably making a prospective move up to get a guy that they've wanted to target.
You said they've been targeting Kwity Paye?
Well, Kwity Paye's been a guy that's been projected to go in anywhere from that 11th to 13th pick. So I think this is a kind of a spot where, it feels a need. I mean, I think it's going to be a defensive pick.
I mean, I'm looking on the depth chart here, man. They got Quinton Williams. They drafted in the first round. Carl Lawson. Praise that. They got Vinny Curry. Sheldon Rankins. I mean, could be. But I have heard a lot of them wanting to get a cornerback. So could this – I mean –
Could be the Caleb Farley move.
Could this be Caleb Farley?
Yeah, I mean, he's been the hotly debated player because of the back issues, and he's likely going to be ready. Likely to be ready for training camp. I mean, had he been healthy, I'd have probably had him rivaled with Surtain as the top corner in the draft. So that is an interesting move if they do move up for Farley, because most people had Farley moving outside the top 20.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Caleb Farley's pick here. I think they're gonna go cornerback, or let's see, what do they do to address safety after they trade off? I mean, they got Ashton Davis and Marcus Mann. I mean, they got second and third round pick. I mean, I think those guys. I personally think they go corner here.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's a defensive pick.
Yeah,
I believe that's the route that they do go.
Fantasy wise, I would love to get Travis Etienne and pair him back up with Trevor Lawrence. That would be sick.
It would. I think there's going to be an opportunity to accomplish that too.
I mean, I tell you what, though, B. I mean, we've had a lot more trades than we normally do in a draft here. A lot of big moves.
Yeah, because depending on what day you wanted to believe, the talk around the league was, one day it was, I don't expect to see many trades in this draft because people want to hold on to picks for next year. Or the next day, earlier today, you've got people like Ian Rappaport out there saying that the Saints are going to trade up to 10. And he was expecting to see a lot more player movement today. So depends on what day you want to believe the hype.
2 third-round picks for the Vikings to move back.
Hey, good for the Vikings.
9 picks. That's pretty good.
I'm going to have to give up.
I'm very intrigued to see what this pick is going to wind up being here. Obviously,
it's going to be a typical Jets pick.
Yeah, that's my thought process. Is that
they're going to take
usually
Pat Freiermuth.
Okay, that's sound Sound talk.
I think it's
from
I think it's gonna
Jeremiah.
be a hog molly, but I think it'll be Diaz.
Ooh, okay. Shocked Daniel Jeremiah. I'm gonna say Caleb Farley.
Huh. I just seems like that's a reach that the Jets would move up to get Vera Tucker. But I think that was a landing spot for Washington too. So
Wow.
And Jeremiah, as you're talking about.
Wow.
yeah, because as I'm looking at the board here, I mean, we talked about it on the podcast the other night too.
I mean, the Cards and the Raiders. Yeah.
Yeah, Las Vegas was a team that was obviously going to go with an offensive lineman. So that the move speaks to a team that was going to move up to get an offensive lineman because they knew you weren't going to get that pick to come to you at 23.
I thought for sure the Cardinals or the Raiders going to go. It screws it up. I don't think I'm going to win this year.
Not looking like it.
I wonder if anyone in our group got
Drew got Elijah Vera Tucker perfectly.
no shit.
He did. Kudos. So I mean, to me, I mean the Jets didn't have to trade away their second round. I mean, this has got to be a. Oh, what you got, Rap? Patriots, Raiders. Yeah, I think. All right. So okay, Elijah Vera Tucker. That's great. All right, Mac Jones here. Let's just go ahead and start talking about Mac Jones.
Sure.
What are we? We're at the. By the way, we're at the midpoint of round one.
Yeah, basically right at it, 15.
And we're 2 hours. We're 2 hours in.
I was about to say we're
Halfway
we're
2 hours
pushing
in.
midnight.
Let's go. Oh yeah. Good thing we're off tomorrow. Pick is in. The Patriots didn't even need to think about this, right?
Mac Jones. Easy.
No, they turned the card in. They were already at the podium. So,
Guys,
Bill
hold on.
Belichick
We gotta wait for the Jets to make their pick, guys. I'll tell you what. You know, I would feel bad for Mac Jones coming in here because you've got a cast off of wide receivers on this team. I mean, you've got a bunch of Tuesday. Kendrick Bourne, Nelson Aguilar, N'Keal Harris, Toby Myers. You have got some crap.
Not speaking fear into opposing secondaries. So let's say Mac Jones is the quarterback for the New England Patriots. Now, probably not going to be this year. Cam Newton's on the 1-year deal. They're probably going to let him play out the string for the most part. Mac Jones, I think we're going to get a real big question answered here. Was Mac Jones made by the talent surrounding him at Alabama, or was Mac Jones just really good and helped accentuate the talents of the receivers at Alabama?
I mean, I think that's the question everybody throws out is when you got some really good receivers there, is it the quarterback, is it the wide receivers? I mean, I think Tua could probably be said for that, but Mac Jones set records at Alabama. Granted, he had great receivers, but here we go. This may be the quickest pick of round one.
Goodell probably has already fined the Patriots for turning in the pick.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans, we've teamed up with Feeding America as part of Drink-a-thon to help fight hunger. John Cox is behind me, a former Marine.
If this pick is Mac Wilson, I think he instantly ranks. Mac Jones. If this pick is Mac Jones, he ranks at the back of these 5 quarterbacks for me in dynasty and redraft.
Yeah, and that's with no question. I would probably have him. I mean, you're not taking Mac Jones in redraft because I don't think he gets on the field early enough to warrant a pick. But let's see who the Patriots do select here, and if it is Mac Jones.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion New England Patriots
Wow, shocker.
So potentially their
Last-
QB of the
Saban to
future.
Belichick. It's basically, the same fucking coach.
The last time the Patriots took a guy with that body type was Tom Brady.
I mean, look how he's walking to the stage. I mean, it speaks athleticism. I mean, and if you really want to boil things down to it, this is a prototypical Bill Belichick, Josh McDaniels quarterback. Is that? Am I right?
Oh wow, that's crazy.
What?
Just the Pats lucking out with Mac Jones here. I really hope he sucks.
Most Patriot haters would probably say the same thing.
Yeah.
On the Patriots. I mean, if you give Bill Belichick, Matt Ryan, wow, they're Super Bowl contenders every year.
So,
wow. So my coworker here, who's leading our picks group, Drew Vinci, good job. He picked Mac Jones. This is how good he was. He picked Mac Jones 3, and then he picked Trey Lance. If he had just switched those picks, he may be leading the overall right now.
Oh hell yeah!
That's wow. Kudos.
well, I will say this for myself in the final mock draft that I turned in, I can at least pat myself on the back with Mac Jones to the Patriots. Not at the 15th spot, but I did have Mac Jones being the Patriots quarterback after round 1 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I hate it for Mac Jones year 1. I mean, you figure they're going to get some weapons here at some point, but
yeah, but really, if you want to, if you go back and think about it, over the course of let's say the last 15 years, what weapons have been there for the New England Patriots
outside of tight end.
Outside of tight end with Gronkowski and murderer Aaron Hernandez.
I mean,
there's been a lot of
Amendola, Wes Welker outside of the slot.
I mean, the slot
you got
guys,
a couple
Wes
years of Randy
Welker.
Moss.
Yeah, I mean, you had Welker, Amendola, Edelman. But what
Chandler Jones is on the last year's contract. This has got to be an edge rusher.
They actually need a corner.
I've had Caleb Farley
draft Farley, and I still think it's a little bit too early for Newsome. Like, I can see them going like Jalen Phillips.
I'd probably going higher, so I had Greg Newsome going here. So.
Okay, I got Newsome going like 19.
So originally I had Jalen Waddle going here before that weird scenario.
I just never really thought that they would go in that direction. That's just too many receivers. I mean, their offense is great. They need a lot more. They need a lot more on the opposite side of the ball here. I had heard rumors about running back here, but I mean their defense. They've got this is a bunch of. I mean, it's not a bunch of no names, but it's. I mean, other than J.J. Watt, granted. J.J. Watt, Chandler Jones, A.S. Simmons, the first round. Malcolm Butler, free agent. Byron Murphy, Robert Alford.
I remember I wanted Isaiah Simmons at Panthers 7th overall last year. We passed him and he went 8th overall to Cardinals. His Pro Football Focus rating was abysmal. Isaiah Simmons had a really bad rookie year.
Yeah.
So I'm actually glad we passed him.
He was hurt a lot too, I think.
Yeah, he's banged up. So Mac Jones dynasty value. Is there any interest at all, given the fact that he's in New England, any interest at all with Mac Jones as a dynasty asset?
Mac Jones dynasty, I mean, I think he's got to be like a round 2, round 3 guy. I mean, going into the worst offensive situation out of the first round quarterbacks here by far. It's one of those situations I think you could. I mean, again, in a redraft, he is undraftable. In a dynasty league, I mean, I think he's one of those guys you can put in and just hope they get some weapons around him, but they've got nothing around him right now.
Yeah, there's nothing
What do you
there. The cupboard is bare in New England
Cupboard's
right now.
very bare.
So then that even goes into
Right.
next year when he's probably
Because,
expected to be the starter.
Wow.
Okay.
It's a little earlier than I thought. Did I even have him going in the first round?
I know I did. I forget where I go. I think I had him go to the Ravens.
I did not have him in the first round. Okay.
I did. I did.
This is the first one I've had not going in the first round.
My final mock draft, I had him going to the Saints down at the tail end of round 1. I've had him as high as the Titans. He was an ascending talent in a lot of the pre-draft testing. So a lot of people were getting excited about Zaven Collins. He tested really well. A lot of the athletic scores were off the charts. I'm not going to argue that pick there. They needed some defensive help for the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, because let's be honest, that division, the NFC West, I believe is wide open right now.
Yeah, I know. I would agree. I mean, I think the Cardinals are the favorites to win that division. I don't go there first. Yeah. I mean, I think the Cardinals are favorites to win that division. I think they're better on both sides of the ball. Granted, the Rams kind of bring things up a little bit with them getting Stafford. They've got a good defense, but I think the Cardinals are the team to beat for me.
That'd be they're getting towards the end. They're kind of already working towards the end of Kyler Murray's rookie deal. So you would think that they're trying to kind of build some type of a complete team around him to potentially contend and get deeper into the playoffs. So I think that's probably going to be a point of contention for them this draft is the defensive side of the ball. So they're off to a good start. I think I like the Zaven Collins pick for what they have on that roster right now.
So I mean, the pick for the Raiders here has got to be O-line. I mean, they've released and traded off most of their offensive linemen. This has got to be O-line, right?
I would be shocked if it's not a combination of either Christian Darrisaw or Tevin Jenkins.
This is where I had Elijah Barrett Tucker going right here. So I'm a little sad that the Jets traded up because I feel like that would have been a pick right here. So
yeah, but I'm with you. I think this is going to wind up being offensive line to some varying degree.
They're drafting Trey Lance via Twitter.
Wow.
Do what?
Apparently this was a John Lynch organized deal. He went all draft day on everybody and said, "I'm making the pick. Fuck everybody else."
Oh yeah, so he decided to pull it himself, huh?
What was the guy's name from draft day? Whatever or nothing.
Vontae Mack.
That's right. Vontae Mack or bust or something like that.
Yeah, Vontae Mack or else. Or no, Vontae Mack no matter what is what the yellow slip said.
Right. Trey Lance no matter what.
Yeah, that's right.
This has got to be, especially with Mac Jones on the board. This has got to be a O-line, right? Now I can't see how this could possibly be anything else.
I'm making a climb up the board in the Pick'em Challenge here, though.
You're 11th?
Yeah. I was not 11th a few minutes ago.
I mean, kudos to my boy Drew here, man. I saw him at work the other day. He's one of my work buddies here, and
according to what I'm seeing here, there's somebody else in front of him, Robert.
Maybe I'm not updated here correctly, but I'm seeing him at 940.
Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe
okay,
I'm not.
940 is leading the picks here.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, no, Drew is ahead at 940.
You are 7th. I'm a couple picks behind you here. Oh, you are still behind me, Brandon, as usual.
Yeah, not for long.
Let's see who you got coming up here. You got any? I mean, really, at this point, I mean, you got to pick right here. Like, really, the thing at this point is nailing the 100. or the guy that's like a pick off. You know,
Yeah, get
that's
50 or
really where you make your money.
Yeah, so you had Vera Tucker going here
I did.
in yours. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. Let's see who's leading the overall on NFL.
Drew
Tool McShay is just killing it. Zaven Collins, perfect. Rashawn Slater, perfect. This guy's nailed one. He nailed 1, 2, 3, 4. He nailed the first 8 picks and has got 3 others outside of that. Kudos, Tool McShay.
you know, as good as Drew's doing, he's still almost 13,000.
I know that's what's our group is not doing very good here.
No, not at all.
Yeah, we're not very good in the group rankings. Jesus.
The Raider.
Oh, shut up, Daniel Jeremiah. Quit tipping the picks.
What did you say?
Tipping the picks.
What are you paying Jay Phillips? And I'm waiting on
I mean, this has got to go O-line. I mean,
I had him going Christian
Barrymore.
Barmore.
Yeah.
You did not have Barmore in the first one.
Did I mess that up? Oh, there he is.
Oh,
wait.
32nd. Which, I mean, like, last 32nd.
Huh.
Mike Mayock.
Yeah, he's a
Chucky.
general manager.
This is going to wind up being Caleb Farley.
Your mom.
Holy
Pensacola, Florida!
dude, the guy that was leading, somebody picked that like dead fucking on. I swear that Tool McShay got picked that dead on. Yeah, Tool McShay picked that dead on.
Wow.
Who does this guy know?
Tool McShay picked that dead on. The guy that's leading NFL.com picked that dead fucking on. Holy shit.
Yeah, I didn't even have Leatherwood as a first round pick.
Not even a first round.
Washington High School, Pensacola, Florida.
Ooh.
You know their head coach at Washington High School in Pensacola, Florida? Former Heisman Trophy winner Charlie Ward is the head coach.
Somebody had some picks going on. Wow.
Somebody had
I
some
would bet not too
inside
many people
info.
had.
I bet he's in Pensacola. Ah, Pensacola Beach!
Did
My
not.
man.
I thought Liam Eichenberg would go round 1, but that is interesting.
Wow. That is amazing.
He was a 5-star recruit.
That is amazing. They passed up on Darius Shaw there.
I mean, I knew they were going to go lineman. They had to.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is the jersey that he wears on Saturdays leading to that hit.
I look at Mike Mayock. He's loving life here. Where's Chucky at?
Mike Mayock, the king of taking guys 1 or 2 rounds before they're expected to come off the board.
Great call, Daniel Jeremiah. I think they're going to go defense. We're going to go Quiddy Pay, or we're going to go linebacker. They got to go defense right now.
Huh. So here we go. Pick 18, Miami Dolphins. Their second pick in this first round. This is one of the first possible.
They're running to the board here. Jesus,
This
picks already.
This is one of the first possible spots.
Or an edge rusher. It's got to be.
It's going to be Jalen. I think Jalen Phillips. That's my
Christian Wilkins round 1. I mean, they don't necessarily. Manuel Agba, Raekwon Davis. I mean, they got a lot of talent there. I mean, I mean, this has got to be either running back or some kind of a rusher.
Who's going to get more than 5 sacks this year?
maybe Christian Wilkins or Agba. I mean,
Maybe.
That's it.
You got to go edge rusher.
Yeah, I've got Jalen Phillips going here at this pick. I believe in my final mock, I had
Phillips. Okay, let's see. What did I do?
I had
with my
Phillips.
mock?
I had Phillips.
This is where I had it. This is where I had Vaughn. I just went all out and just went Travis Etienne, just throwing a dart out there. Let's see what we got.
Gaskins not superstar. You could have Tua, Etienne, Vontae Parker.
They said they were going to put
Waddle.
Tua with a lot of weapons here. So let's see.
I
what they
mean,
do.
don't they have one more first round pick?
No, they got a second
last
round.
year.
Yeah.
That's
That's
this year. Here he is. I had Phillips going like 14.
I got 26.
I had him going right here at 18 in my final mock draft on rotoballer.com.
And in our group page, not so much.
Not in the final on that one there that I just threw together the other night. But yeah, no, on my final mock draft on rotoballer.com, I had Jalen Phillips here to the Dolphins at 18. We were just mentioning a minute ago.
We need to shout the Tool McShay guy. Did he make this pick? No, he did not. Okay, just making sure. He had to go like 3 picks later. He had Quiddy Pay. I was like, if Tool McShay,
he had the right. He had the right
position.
He's got Jeremiah.
I had in our
Owusu-Koramoah.
group, I had Quiddy Pay going here, so I had edge rusher at this selection here as well. So, but yeah, no, the one I turned in for all of my accuracy contests and stuff among the industry, I had Phillips going here. So, plus for that one, we were just mentioning it though, is an obvious need. They needed an edge rusher. They couldn't, they had trouble getting to the quarterback last year. Phillips should add some depth there and give them a more athletic player coming off the edge to get to the quarterback. So I do like this pick. I think it was a sound move by the Dolphins. They had a defense that was something to contend with last year in most weeks. So that just adds to a defense. Hopefully, should kind of keep games close for Tua in the offense. So yeah, I'm a fan of that pick.
Jalen Hurts is excited to get Devontae Smith back. I mean, they were solid when they were both in Alabama.
I think, I'm just gonna venture to say, Jalen Phillips in 3 years, we don't even know his name.
Okay. I think he's got that long athletic frame, and he has that burst off the line.
Injuries. Transferred to Miami, led the team in sacks. I think after all of that, if he makes it to the NFL after all of that, I think he's got the determination and will to make it as a successful DH.
I would have gone Gregory Rousseau with my pick.
Phillips is the more dynamic between those two Miami defensive ends.
Chief, what did I do at the end of my draft here?
You tinkered too much.
I tell you, I tinkered too much here. Not that I had Phillips going to the Browns at 26. I thought we would have some different picks here.
So look at the guys who J.C. Horn won.
That's what J.C. Horn did the last couple of years against all these ones here. Look at those numbers.
Nothing, right?
Nothing.
Yeah. He's a shutdown guy, and he did it in the SEC. I mean,
he's a dog, man.
James is sitting over here in 11 life, but you don't think he's going to start year one? Okay.
Oh, so what you're saying is James, the Panthers fan, is pitching a tent on the Heffley couch.
I mean,
I got to watch myself over here.
So here we go. We're at Washington. We're at 19. The pick is in already.
You're absolutely
What's
right.
Pick is
Washington
in
do?
Washington. Kyle Trask.
No. I think this is
they
offensive
go.
line.
David Mills, round 2.
I got Tevin Jenkins here.
Yeah,
What you
I
got?
think I would believe that. I mean, Darrishaw's falling down the board a little bit too much.
Ooh,
Yeah.
you got the same pick that Brandon has. He's got Darius on. God, I hope I stick it to you. Ooh, a lot of people have Darius. Let's go Tevin Jenkins. Come on.
Actually,
I got Darius going the very next pick. I did have him going the Bears, but the Giants, that's where I've got him going to here.
see in my final mock draft, I've got Owusu Koromora going here.
Okay. See,
Matt
my
Miller.
thought is that the football team has got such a good defense they don't really need more defensive pieces.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they probably do.
They do.
yeah.
I
I
don't know
mean,
what their offensive line looks like.
They traded
but
for Eric Flowers from the Dolphins yesterday.
They did. Who's
they did.
a Pro guard for?
I think that trade opened the board up for them a little bit more, is what I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. They do have. They've got a couple quarterbacks here. I mean, I have seen. Who was it? Was it Daniel Jeremiah that had Travis Etienne going here? That's
No,
how bad.
it was Kyle Schrager, one of the hosts on NFL Network. Yeah, he had that horrible pick.
Half the fuckers that put out.
WTF? What you got? WTF?
Defensive rank 2nd, offensive rank 30th.
Yeah, exactly. You got to go offense here. I mean, and really the
Well,
line.
that doesn't
you
mean
look at the-
obviously
I can't even-
Ryan
outside of
Fitzpatrick is
Brandon-
improving that.
outside of Brandon Sheriff and Eric Flowers, I don't know any of the guys in this offensive line. So I think you got to go. You got to go
Landon
tackle.
Dickerson.
Ooh, okay.
I'm just saying.
I mean, their interior is good though. Well,
Yeah.
actually, they could go Landon Dickerson.
Dickerson, he's labeled as a center, but he can play center guard. He's kind of a hybrid.
Who?
Linebacker.
Jamin Davis. I did not have him
Kentucky.
going
He's been
around one.
flying up draft boards. lately.
Flying up draft.
Yeah.
An LSU transfer started at Kentucky and
I don't.
fucking killed
I
it.
mean, outside of John Bostic, though, you look at the linemen. I don't know who Cole Holcomb or Kaliki Hudson is. They got John Bostic, who's a former Bear, who's okay.
He's
So I
way
guess
past
they're-
his
Well, I mean,
prime.
I guess
so
they are.
Jamin Davis. That's a good pick.
Good. Okay, good.
That's
pick.
why I had Owusu Koromora going there. I figured linebacker was a shot there.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, your offense is that bad. I mean, why not start addressing it? I guess you're gonna take the Chicago Bears approach to apparently trying to win games, and hey, our defense is gonna lead the way, and we'll just figure it out on offense.
Well,
Interesting.
but like I said, you've got Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback.
Yeah.
There's Ryan Fitzpatrick at
Ravens
quarterback
and
is
the
going to win some
Bears.
games.
Hey, look at the Bucks. I mean, they held the best offensive team in the league to 9 points in the Super Bowl. Defense still wins championships.
Yeah, no, that's an
Of course, they're
ugly
showing him
defense.
picking off. Of course, they're showing him picking off Jared
Guarantano.
Guarantano. It's great.
Who didn't pick off Jared Guarantano last year?
You guys have been bad for it.
All right, let's go. I got Darisaw going next year to the Giants. Let's go.
I'd be okay. That'd give me 50 points. I'd be okay with that.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just all that does is just increase the value of Washington's defense and fantasy.
Davis 26 overall.
Dude, we're not doing very good in our pick'em here. Dane KT is almost at the end. Who did 100? Oh, okay. No wonder.
Hmm.
All right. I mean, the Giants have been tipped to go get a wide receiver here. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, but I mean,
Nah,
I
at
mean,
this
you
point,
need defense, right? Defense or O line.
they can go a number of routes. Offensive line, edge rusher. I've had Kwity Paye mocked to them for a while now. Kwity Paye's still on the board. So you could address both edge rusher or
They did go
linebacker.
Andrew Thomas round 1 last year, so
Yeah, so you got some young offensive line. I think wide receiver was talked about to them earlier, but with
I
both.
don't understand the wide receiver. I mean, you got Darius Slayton, you got Kenny Galladay, you got Pettis, you got Shepard. I didn't realize they signed John Ross.
Yeah,
they got wide receivers left and right. Why go get another wide receiver? That doesn't make any sense.
It wouldn't have made any sense. I think that was where you saw a lot of smoke screen coming out, was with that situation. But yeah, I think it's going to be an edge rusher here, or linebacker for the Giants.
I mean, I think this is that situation for the Giants to where I think they were really hoping for. I think they. I mean, Micah Parsons went after them, so yeah. I mean, they could have got Micah Parsons, but I think the value that they got here. I mean, I think it's solid. So. God damn, Jeremiah, you kill me, man. I mean, I just can't see wide receiver. Maybe am I blind?
No, that's what I was about to.
Pettis too. I mean,
that's what I was about to mention. You're paying Galladay the 4-year contract. You're in the middle of Shepard's 4-year contract.
I mean,
Slayton's got 2 years left on his deal. Like you mentioned, John Ross was brought in on a 1-year deal. There's too much depth there.
We're talking about Caleb Farley. He's got a little COVID action.
I don't know how many. I'm streaming to the max. Middleton and Olynyk. Kelly Olynyk is.
I mean, they don't really. James Bradbury and Darnay Holmes, whoever that is.
Kelly Olynyk.
Darnay Holmes, yeah. James Bradbury is a lockdown guy, so that side of the field is covered.
Lost.
I remember.
That's how I lost last year.
All right, come on, Christian Darrisaw. Gotta make a comeback.
You're right. Ooh. Okay.
What?
Yeah, see, second half of the first round is just fucking crap.
Wow.
Percy Harvin.
Percy Harvin.
My God.
I don't get it.
The Giants. Way to go. Way to go, Giants.
All right, Kadarius Toney. I mean, all right, dynasty draft. Where you going, B?
Not interested whatsoever.
I mean, they signed John Ross. I mean, isn't that John Ross?
That's essentially John Ross, but with a little bit more dynamic.
ability,
He's a more dynamic over the middle of the field, which they're showing with the highlights. I don't agree with the pick. You did not need a receiver. I assume they think they're getting the second coming of Victor Cruz here.
Okay, girl.
Jeez. This what's up with this girl? Oh man, we need to put that up. Ooh, hold on to the screen right there. Do you see that on the left side of the screen? Be watch out with that.
Oh,
hey girl, what up, girl?
I mean, I'm wow. I mean, you kept hearing them rumored for a wide receiver. I'm not touching Kadarius Toney.
No.
Yeah, because you have Sterling Shepard, you have Darius Slayton, you have
Look at this.
Evan Ingram, you have
Slayton,
John Ross.
You just on Kenny Galladay, John Ross.
I forgot about Kenny
Dante
Galladay.
Pettis, Sterling Shepard. I don't. Good
Is
luck.
Sterling Shepard's contract up at the end of this year? That
No.
would make sense.
No, he's got
he-
he's got some years to go.
Yes, he's in the middle of his deal. There's 2 years left on Slayton. I mean, unless you're planning ahead and thinking that you're going to move some receivers via trade, it doesn't make sense.
2016.
Which is fifth year option.
He signed a contract.
Did he?
Let's go Google.
Wow, I just that takes a player that could have probably gone to another situation and maybe had some type of fantasy value. Put him in a situation where he has none now for me.
0.
Yeah.
Signed through 2023, so he's got another 3 more years on that deal. I don't.
So you signed the
4-year, $41 million.
So you signed the number 3 wide receiver in the first round.
I don't get it. I don't get it. You got a lot more needs on that team. I mean,
Yeah, their offensive line was ranked 27th in the league last year.
I mean, you got a guy like Saquon coming back. You need to protect him.
You need to, yeah.
You got a defense where I can't even tell you half the guys on this team. I can't tell you what their name is.
Well, I mean, but you also have to
Fadi
take Daniel Jones.
Ogunabadu, Ryan Anderson, Austin Johnson, Darnay Holmes. I can't tell you who these people are.
I mean, I can tell you
signed
Darnay
Dory
Holmes
Jackson.
is.
Okay.
Darnay Holmes
Shut
is
up, Brandon.
not good.
Okay. Lorenzo Carter, Georgia guy. Blake Martinez. Okay, he didn't. What did he do last year? I'm kind of shocked. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of shocked they went that route. I mean, you heard it rumored for a while. Let this pick be Azeez Ojulari. Let this pick be Azeez.
No.
Who we got? Let's do a quick standings update in our pick'em league. Wilson 27, who's leading after a little bit, is 1. Ranked 3,608. So kudos to you. New England fan 12 is 2. Drew Vinci 3. Rob Lotspeak, who I work with both these guys, is ranked 4. T. Dobbins 96, ranked 5. Neil Lowry tied for 5. My next door neighbor right here, James Sherrill, sugar-free 16, ranked number 7. John McConaughey, who likes Buffalo Trace Bourbon and picked Orleans Darkwood 13th round a couple years ago because he drank too much, ranks 8. Brett Sutherland ranks 9th. And, the real FF GOAT, 30 points ahead of my co-host here, is 10th.
Yep.
We're gonna need some luck here.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some
But I'm
late round
sorry.
action.
Dude, what is up?
Justin Fields love.
Justin Fields. See, you don't really get this as getting Dak Prescott signed to a long-term deal. You don't get the kind of excitement that I've had tonight. You just don't.
No, it's true. Oh man.
Pick is in for the Colties.
I was gonna say, yeah, I had in the group pick here, I had Jalen Phillips going to the Colts. I wouldn't be shocked to see them go Kwity Paye.
I mean, they do need. I mean, their DNs right now are Tyquan Lewis. I have no idea who that is. Isaac Rochelle. No idea who that is. Outside at linebacker, they got Darius Leonard. Okay, that's great, but they got a couple of other linebackers. I have no idea who they are. So it
Yeah,
should be on the.
it's gonna be
defensive side of the ball. They've got weapons.
one of the front
line.
seven. Yeah, it's gonna be a
John
front seven pick.
Should be a front seven guy. I mean, that's
Yeah.
why I've got Azeez Ojulari. I think he's a pass rusher guy. I mean, for Kwity Paye, I've got them going in my next two picks. So. Rock Yassin, TJ Carey. I mean, really, they could go anywhere on defense, and probably nobody would bat an eye. Rodrigo and Rigoberto Sanchez. They've got some great special teams names there. I'll tell you what. You know what we need to do? We need to. Who's the top rate? Let's see. 2021. Oh, I need to go to Google.
Are you about to say something about kickers?
2021 NFL draft top. I just want to know who the top ranked kicker is. Is it a Florida State guy, James?
Roberto Aguirre.
So it's Jose Borregales from Miami, Evan McPherson from Florida, Blake
McPherson
Hobbiel.
seems.
do have a
McPherson seems
right-
all right.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I don't
It's
see-
El McPherson's son.
You're not gonna see a kicker drafted this year, I don't believe.
Riley Patterson's from Memphis. Memphis always has good kickers from Michigan.
That's kicker
You
factory.
guys don't have a kicker here. Here we go.
We ran out of Aguirre brothers. So.
No more kicking Aguirre.
There you go.
I had him one pick later. Jesus.
There we go.
That's a 50-pointer there.
Yep. That just seemed like the obvious selection there. They're going to have to take somebody to rush the passer. So that is the selection for the Colts here at 21 is Kwity Paye.
Yeah, 18, he went 21. That should be better than that. Yeah. Really?
A little further down the board than a lot of people were expecting, though. A lot of people were expecting him to go much higher in this first round. But like I mentioned earlier, when you talked him up about it possibly being a pick to the Cowboys, I had flashes of Taco Charlton once again in my head.
That was a guy. Oh my God! I hope y'all would have gotten him. Oh wow!
Yeah, because I think he has flashes of potential, but does he put it together all the time on the field? No, he does not. So it's one of those guys that he could be very, very hit or miss with what he brings to the table as a edge rusher.
Same school, different day.
Yep. Now you see,
That
I
is-
think talking.
his
I
name
don't
is
know.
not- His name should be
Quesadilla.
Quesadilla Charles. Quesadilla Pay.
Enchilada.
Enchilada Pay.
Quesarito.
Double stuffed chalupa Pay.
Yeah, Chalupa Pay.
It's actually a good name, chalupa Pay.
Oh, okay. So now we are on to. I mean, obviously, there's the Kwity Paye to the Colts. There's no fantasy implications there. It doesn't move the needle whatsoever. Tennessee Titans.
I mean, I think this pick could go one of a couple different directions. I mean, the Titans. They made a really good move 2 years ago when we were at the draft, and they got Jeff Simmons.
Yep.
A guy who should have gone much higher in the draft, but fell due to injury concerns, and he has
Yes.
turned out to be a stud. Do
Yes.
they go Caleb Farley or do they go wide receiver? That to me, that's the question. I mean, they need a wide receiver. AJ Brown and nothing. Josh Reynolds is the next guy beyond that. I mean, what do you think they do?
It just seems like this is a spot for wide receiver, and I think they should go Elijah Moore. I believe is who I would go after if it was
Another
me.
Ole Miss guy.
Yeah, I mean, even AJ Brown is pushed for that pick too. But Elijah Moore, I mean, you've got a lot of people's projections. Some prospect models. If he does land at the Titans, he's probably going to be one of the first receivers taken in a lot of rookie drafts. So things could be good for Elijah Moore here. But I'd be all in for anybody going here, whether it be a Rashad Bateman, whether it be a Terrace Marshall. I mean, there's a number of players that you could put at wide receiver for the Titans here with this pick that would probably bring some level of excitement to me from a fantasy perspective. But I think odds are they're probably. I don't know why. I feel like they're going to go. I feel like they're going to go linebacker here.
If I just accidentally switched up Azeez Ojulari and Kwity Paye, I would be okay right here because I get a double 50-pointer. That'd be a hundy. Kwity Paye. All right. BRB.
Congratulations to him. To be part of this whole National Football League team. Tennessee Titans are on the clock right now with less than 2 minutes to go right here in Cleveland, Ohio. Good stuff. Exciting. So what do you think the Tennessee Titans are going to do with less than 2 minutes to go? Well, I look at offensive line across the board, and then defensively, last and third down, 30th in sacks. They finally got budget free, but they could get some reinforcements. We have that offensive run early. I think we could see a defensive run here with some of these edge rushers. Now, there were some medical situations with a couple of these guys. I think that pushed them down to this point. Could push some of them out of the first round. But, man, there's a long list of edge rushers still here to pick from. There could be a question about what's their conviction on a corner like Caleb Farley. Because remember, this is the Titans team that took Jeffrey Simmons knowing that he wouldn't be available maybe for the entire first year. He came about 3/4 of the way through. Would they have that kind of patience again if they had the conviction on Caleb Farley? And Daniel's mentioned that before. Caleb Farley has the best film of any of these corners. I mean, when I watch him, watching Charles Woodson, hopefully he's healthy. Hopefully the back thing is something that's taken care of. But he's smooth, he's physical, he's fast, he plays the game start to finish, run, pass, everything. So hopefully that young man's going to be fun, but this will be a great spot. You mentioned Elijah Moore, too. Exactly. I think this is the Elijah Moore window. It's neighborhood. Elijah Moore, I don't know which house he's going to be in, but I know he's in this neighborhood right around here. And to me, when you look at what you were just talking about there with Caleb Farley, he's a top 7 or 8 player in the entire draft if he has a clean going up. I think he's the number 1 corner off the board. I highly doubt he goes outside the top 10. So if you get him and he stays healthy, it's a tremendous value at this point in time. Well, it's Sweet Caroline coming from the house back. Such a unique. Such a unique. The singer looks just like PFC commenter. I mean, it's wild. Look at that dude. Wow, it's like we're in a Red Sox game all of a sudden here in Cleveland, Ohio. So good.
Getting the Sweet Caroline song played in between picks here. Oh, yes. It's a commonly played song at Boston Red Sox games.
I mean, where we go, I mean, fantasy wise, I'd love a wide receiver right here, but
Yeah, it's like I said. I think at the end of the day, I feel like this is going to wind up being a linebacker
Or
pick.
Rashad Bateman.
They might pull the trigger on Farley.
It's kind of the same.
Yeah, I mean, would they go offensive line, because Lord knows they're going to run the ball into the ground, into submission again this year.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know who
Maybe a team like the Jets.
Kendall
takes
Lamb,
him.
whoever that is at right tackle. I don't know who that is, so they could go.
There's another guy from Oklahoma State who could go first round. I forget his name.
This could be Tevin Jenkins here. Tevin Jenkins could be Landon Dickerson as well. Like I mentioned, he's more of a hybrid guy, can play guard.
Why are they playing Sweet Caroline right here?
I have no idea.
All right, but all the white people are going crazy.
Yeah, it's white
And the one
people.
black guy.
White people lit when Sweet Caroline comes on.
I said we don't even have we don't even have Job Mayer coming out with a guitar coming out.
And they go back to doing it. There he is.
Titans.
What's funny is they drafted Jeffrey Simmons.
We were just talking about that. 2 years
couple
ago,
years
when
ago.
we were at the draft.
Well, and
He fell.
He fell because of injuries, and they take another guy. And Jeffrey Simmons fucking killed it last year.
Titans take Justin Farley.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as much as I love to bag on the Titans, that's not a bad pick. Like I mentioned earlier, I think had he not had any health concerns coming into this draft, he's probably going to be considered to be the top cornerback in this draft, right side by side with Surtain.
Mr. Charisma can actually get a jersey now with his number on there, 21.
Jay Farley's a receiver turned cornerback. He's got good
we
hands.
have a number 21 on the Titans. Let's see.
No, he has to wear number 5, because that is number 5 is Mr. Charisma's jersey from Lamb Booth College here in Jackson, Tennessee.
See, we got 21. I'm just trying to see if there's an actual number 21 on the team. No, there's not. He could wear 21.
Yeah.
There's Arthur Smith just doing a truffle shuffle there.
That's a good.
Truffle shuffle. Caleb Farley sitting in the house by himself because he had COVID positive, and then he was COVID negative 2 days later.
Vikings finally getting ready to get their pick here. They
They
can go
need
O-line or D-line. They need to address the
I
trenches.
could.
Yeah, this is a line pick. There's no bones about it. That's going to be an offensive line pick or inside defensive line pick. But the way that they run their offense, they're going to want to run the ball a lot with Dalvin Cook. That's really how things are kind of opened up with the Vikings offense is through Dalvin Cook. I would assume that you want to really solidify that offensive line and get a guy like a Darrisaw here. We all see it. We all see it.
Provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other.
Based off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think fantasy wise, I mean, great. I mean, you don't really need wide receivers. I mean, obviously you got running back. I mean, Dalvin Cook needs. I mean, you need some linemen here. You got Rashad Hill, whoever that is, and Brian O'Neill. Apparently, he was a second-round pick. I've never even heard of the guy. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for my fantasy knowledge here, but I think you need a lineman here.
Ezra Cleveland was good.
Yeah,
He's from Boise State.
I mean, my pick here. I mean, this was the Jets. I had Najee Harris going here.
I got Najee Harris.
I think that's gonna be the pick. That's gonna be the pick here, right?
I think Najee Harris is going to be Steelers.
Oh, Jesus! New number one in our pick'em here, Neil Lowry.
What did he hit on? Oh, he hit on Quiddy.
He on Quiddy Pay and Caleb Farley.
Wow.
Kudos.
That's how you do it?
He's doing it.
He's doing it.
He's doing it. All right, what we got is overall. Neil's. I tell you what, man. Neil is leading our group. He is ranked 2285 overall. The leaderboard is it still no. Tool McShay is now fourth.
Sugar free. I do not see sugar free.
This is the overall
Okay,
So the guy leading the overall is let's see, what has he got? He got the first 7 picks right, and then he's nailed Barrett Tucker, Mac Jones, Evan Collins, Jalen Phillips, Quiddy Pay, Caleb Farley. That's how you do it. I mean, you got to nail these late picks because that's really what it is. You got to get some points. You got to get what we like to call POB, points on the board.
Got to get those acronyms in there. POB. See, when you say POB, I think penis over balls.
Oh, okay. There you go.
But apparently it means points on the board. I don't know.
It's points.
Oh,
On the board.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. See,
It's like when.
yeah, your acronyms are different than mine.
Yeah, well, true. It's because no longer you can say, "Hey, I'm going to the ATM," and think that I'm going to the transaction machine. There's a whole. You don't what.
If I said I'm going to the ATM, what does that mean?
I think of ass to mouth.
Bingo! Bah, 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 bah.
Look at him.
Bah, 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 bah.
He said, bah, 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 bah.
I got it right, didn't I?
Yeah, he's got no more points on the board for him.
I took it off so he can hear you now.
Yeah, no, that's the exact right answer. Nick and his bland love life doesn't know what ATM is.
He's 40, okay? He's 40.
That's true.
You're getting ready to be there soon, B. Said you got like a year and a month. No, you got. Hold on, where were we at?
Less than that. It's less than that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got a text here from Mr. Charisma here. Yes, sir. Wearing the new jersey to the draft. We have 2 Farleys now in the secondary.
That he does, yeah. He's an excited man up there in the good old Gallatin area outside of Nash Vegas.
Christian Darrisaw.
There he is.
It's only a couple picks behind where I had him. I had him at 20.
I had Darrisaw going way earlier than that.
Yeah, you and I think had him at like 18 or 19, Brandon.
Yeah. That seemed like that was going to be a pick much earlier in the first round.
I really thought offensive lineman would have been. Well, I guess the Leatherwood pick kind of threw me off a little bit, but
it threw everyone off. Now, nobody expected him going that early.
Yeah, which as a former guy, I'm from Pensacola, Florida. Alex Leatherwood went to Washington High School in Pensacola, Florida. Head coach of Washington High School is now the former Heisman Trophy winner, Charlie Ward.
Ward, yes.
So, big shout out to Pensacola, Florida there.
Some out there saying Darrisaw fell because of some injury concerns, and that's why he's this far down the board.
Okay.
I think, that's another situation. That's back-to-back Virginia Tech Hokies picked in this draft. By the way,
all right. So not to get too crazy here, but we do have the stillest coming up here. Do we go Najee Harris here? I know that has been the popular pick. Round 1, Najee Harris here.
This is one of 2 picks.
Okay.
It's going to be Najee Harris.
Oh, well, the pick is in very quickly here.
But it's either one of 2 picks. It's going to be Najee Harris because that's what they've been saying for days on end, and that everything they've put out has indicated it would be Najee Harris. or it's Tevin Jenkins. One of those two picks. They do need some help along the offensive line.
They did lose Alejandro
Villanueva, yes. Who has, I don't know if he's already signed, but it was expected to sign with the Ravens.
Hasn't signed yet, but he's expected to sign within the next, couple days.
Yes. He was.
Right. I mean, the only reason I had Najee Harris going the pick before to the Jets because I thought that'd be a Jets move, right?
Possibly.
Let's see what we got here.
But even still, I just from a front office perspective, with Big Ben likely only having 1 year left, 2 years at the most, does Najee Harris really fill in the gap to get you closer to a Super Bowl again?
I mean, at this point, it's better than Benny Snell or Anthony Booger McFarland. Sorry, Kalen Balaj. I mean, it does, or Jalen Samuels. I mean, if it goes ahead of those guys, but I feel like this may be maybe O-line. This may be. It's not going to be a quarterback. So
I mean, the more dynamic pick. If you're going running back, the more dynamic pick would be ETN.
It would be. All right.
Yeah, very quick to the podium there.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of those picks. It was almost like Josh Jacobs to the Raiders a couple years ago. People were saying it for months leading up to the draft. It just made too much sense.
Yeah.
And with Najee Harris to the Steelers, I mean, it made too much sense.
I mean, I think that in a dynasty draft, this is my 1-1. I mean, I don't know of any other. I don't know of anybody you can take over him. Every other situation is not going to be as good. I mean, you got a running back. I mean, you don't have any other. What running back, if you had to go, even if you had Etienne going very next pick to the Jags here, I mean, you don't have him going over Najee Harris to a better team than Steelers.
No.
So this is one in a dynasty draft, would you say?
No, I 100% agree. I think he's the obvious 1-1 in fantasy drafts and rookie drafts now. The volume is going to be off the charts as the lead back in Pittsburgh. They're going to really rely on him. Is what he can do as a runner and a pass catcher. The question now is what we were kind of talking about on the podcast the other night. How high will he rise in seasonal drafts?
You stole my question.
Last year, I mean, huh?
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask you how high he was going to go in the draft. I mean,
that's what I was going to bring up. We saw last year, Clyde Edwards-Helaire picked at the back end of round 1 to the Chiefs, and he immediately shoots into the first round in fantasy drafts. Are we going to see Najee Harris sneak into the back end of round 1 in redraft leagues this year?
I mean, you shouldn't, but
you could be more of a Jonathan Taylor guy who's picked, second to third round.
I think that's a better spot. I mean, I don't want to. All right. So right now, Najee Harris, or you go somebody to the – let's see. I mean, who can we throw out, as a comp for Najee Harris? Do you go Austin Eckler? Who do you go? Austin Eckler or Najee Harris?
Najee. There's going to be a higher ceiling as far as touchdown potential.
Najee Harris or Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Najee.
Really?
So if you're putting Najee over those two guys, he's second round minimum.
Yeah,
maybe
I would be comfortable taking him in the front half of round 2 right now, I think. But this is my only question. This is my only concern is the offensive line situation. They were one of the worst in terms of run blocking last year.
I mean, it's not good.
It's not getting any better right now.
you've had retirements. I mean, okay, I know David DeCastro, and I don't know. I literally don't know any other name on this offensive
Well,
line.
Zach Banner, to their defense, Zach Banner got hurt early last year and he was out for the year.
Yep.
He should be back healthy this year. That'll be a big, that's almost like a free agent signing. But Villanueva is a big loss. So how can they?
That is.
Chama Okorafor.
Yeah, I mean that's
JC Henderson.
Yeah, I think there's a nice high ceiling for Najee here.
I mean, you couldn't have landed. I mean, this was the running back spot to land in, right?
Obviously, yes. Now, compared to last year with Jonathan Taylor, how would you compare the potential with Najee Harris in 2021 to what Jonathan Taylor did just a season ago with Indianapolis, especially the stretch run down towards the end of the season?
So I mean, my argument against Jonathan Taylor last year was Marlon Mack. I mean, I thought Marlon Mack was going to be healthy and he was going to cut into that load. And you saw Marlon Mack try to do that. Then he got hurt, and Jonathan Taylor really struggled the first part of the year. But once you had some guys kind of go down with injury, Jonathan Taylor really came on at the end and he killed it. So here's my question right here. All right, not to cut the Najee talk short, but did the Jags go running back here? Did they go get Etienne to combine with Trevor Lawrence and just make this just a sexy pick?
I mean,
No.
The chemistry is there. I mean, chemistry is a hot topic in the NFL. Maybe they do go with a guy that their franchise quarterback is comfortable with. I don't know.
No. I think this is a defensive pick.
I got Landon Dickerson here. That would be the only way. That's the only way I'm going to win this.
Now that's a really sexy pick,
isn't it?
There. Yeah, that screams sexy.
It's sexy.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to do something here. I'm in danger of losing my picks title here. I'm gonna have to have some things really hit here on the back end.
Yeah, I think you're SOL there.
I'm gonna have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna have to go like 6, 7 here.
Yeah, I think you're out of it.
Look, Najee Harris is going to be the first pick in a dynasty draft. Travis Etienne is going to be number 2 unless he goes to some just crazy team that's in here. Depending on which, I feel like the Falcons are going to take one of the Carolina running backs. That's going to be the 1.3. Najee Harris, I mean, hopefully he does not. Hopefully he does not go in the first, and like Clyde Edwards-Helaire was starting to go last year, and starting to go in round 1 because that's just too high. That's crazy high.
Well, I think he turned out to be a bust. I mean,
he did.
He had a decent rookie year, but for a back round, back of the first round fantasy pick, he just didn't live up to expectations.
Hell yeah, that Najee Harris pick jumped me up in the group pick.
I was trying to go against the grain. That did not work.
I got it, so let's see where I'm
at. Right here at this pick in the group, I have Jason Owe going to the Jaguars. So I have them kind of addressing pass rush.
The unsexy fantasy pick.
Yes.
I mean, did they do like the Jets and just say the hell with the sexy pick and let's just go something different?
My final mock draft that I turned in on rotoballer.com, I've got Tevin Jenkins as the pick here for the Jaguars at 25.
Okay. I mean, that could happen.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm looking here. Let's see. Cam Robinson, the tackle. Jawan Taylor. I don't know that they'll go tackle here. Andrew Norwell, that's pretty Carolina there, Jamesy. Andrew Khan, I mean, I don't know that they go line here. This feels like a defensive pick. All right, here we go.
Andrew know about that.
Commish coming up.
No Jaguars fan for the second pick. Oh, he's going to sit in the chair. Okay, good.
Ah! All right, instantly 1.2 right off the bat.
I mean, James Robinson had 1,400 scrimmage yards last year. I mean, that's just an instantly muddled backfield. I mean, I'm not comfortable with either of those guys.
Yeah, you're essentially you're looking at a split backfield. Do I like the landing spot for Etienne? Dynasty purposes, sure. Because I think he unseats James Robinson. That's goes without saying. Because Urban Meyer is probably more familiar with Travis Etienne. That coaching staff that's in there now doesn't know James Robinson from a hole in the ground, other than just what they saw on tape last year. So that's all this is just a luxury pick for them, and they wanted to go with probably best player on their board, regardless of position.
And kudos to them.
Yeah.
This is. I was talking about it earlier. I mean, Travis Etienne with the Golden Boy. That's a good team right there. I mean, we forget about Marvin Jones,
DJ Shark,
Laviska Shenault. I mean, this is going to be a good offense going forward. I mean, right now, it's time to start solidifying the defense after this. Right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just not.
I got a lot of holes on that defense.
The Brownies are starting to go ham right now.
Why? Why are the Browns going ham here?
Who's already been picked? So
most of my mock drafts, I had Ojulari going here to the Browns. Wow, I'm just not. I'm not too keen on the. Not too keen on that landing spot though for Etienne. I just said.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't.
It's better for dynasty than it is for redraft. That's the only plus for that. It just limits his potential in redraft this year, and so now you're going to have Etienne because of name value alone in the landing spot and the familiarity that you've brought up with Trevor Lawrence. You're going to have people drafting him, and his ADP is going to balloon.
It is. I mean,
because of that.
But I think at the same time, I mean, this is just like some of the running backs that were drafted last year that have somebody in front of them. Did it provide a blockade for any of those guys? Good Lord, Cleveland is picking super quick. It didn't provide any kind of blockade for any of them. Why, if you believe in James Robinson, why take Travis Etienne in round one?
Well, that's like I mentioned. I mean, that coaching staff, they don't know James Robinson. They have an idea for the type of offense that they want to run, and it's probably going to be closer to that Ohio State, Clemson type of offense that is run in college. Do we believe Etienne's a better fit in that offense than James Robinson? Probably. But James Robinson did very well last year for himself and on an offense that was not good overall.
Well, and you look at a couple of other teams across the league, like Cleveland Browns, for instance, comes to mind. Their running back situation is very specialized. You have Kareem Hunt as the primary pass catcher, and then you have Nick Chubb as the primary ball handler. But both of them were top 15 running backs last year. I mean, I'm not saying Robinson and Etienne could match that productivity, but I'm just saying it can work. There's
a lot of the
you can have two successful running backs on the same team, so it's not impossible that both of these guys could be productive.
A lot of the colleagues in the Roto-Baller football chat right now not excited with the Etienne landing spot.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, excited as opposed to going in. None of these teams in the first round. mean, the only spot you could be excited about that. I mean, the Jets. I'd rather him go to the Jags than the Jets.
From a dynasty perspective, yes, I agree.
I'd rather him go. The Falcons may be one of the only teams that I would be more excited for him to go, and the Dolphins. But really, I mean, Trevor Lawrence and Etienne, he knows exactly how to utilize them. Like, still my 1.2. All right, here we go.
I might have Jamar Chase now as my number 2.
Yeah, I'm still going to disagree with that. I would go Etienne number 2.
I'm probably going to stick with Chase. Might even have Pitts 3.
I'm still going Etienne that high. I mean, I think it's a perfect landing spot for him, going with somebody that you know.
Yeah, it's just my initial reaction to the move.
This should be a pass rusher unless they believe in Jadeveon. I mean, you got Jadeveon, Takk McKinley, Myles Garrett. Maybe go linebacker or O-line.
Cornerback. Northwestern.
All right.
Greedy Williams and Denzel Ward. I mean,
they've got a good. He's going to play corner for them, nickel corner. So I'm sure I'm all right with it. I mean, their bigger issue on the back end is going to be the safeties coming back healthy. So
Grant Delpit and John Johnson. I mean, you signed John Johnson from.
Yeah, and Delpit was injured.
Delpit missed his whole rookie year. I mean, he was a second-round pick, but
I mean, offense was not a problem for the Brownies last year.
But I agree. I think they should have went with a defensive end there and solidified somebody on the other side of Myles Garrett.
Yeah. I'm in danger of losing the picks championship here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little verklempt.
Well, I don't think you're gonna catch anybody now.
I'm gonna have to pretty much ace these last couple picks here. Our boy Neil Lowry is smoking it here.
I'm still 7th, but I'm within striking distance of 4th if I can hit another pick.
Yeah, I'm sitting in 9th?
So let's see. So we have. Let's see. Who's the next pick here? Oh yeah, here is the Ravens. The Ravens got 2 of the next 5 picks here. You figure. I mean, I would figure this has got to be the wide receiver because the Saints and the Packers could go wide receiver here. So I figure this has got to be the receiver pick of the group. Don't you think?
Yeah, I just hope they don't. I hope they don't get Rashad Bateman and ruin him. That's my only concern. Yeah, I had Terrace Marshall going here I believe in my final mock draft, if I'm not mistaken.
God damn it.
No, my final mock draft, I did have Rashad Bateman going here. That's my concern, my worry. It's that he's going to go to Baltimore and just be utterly ruined.
They took Devin. They've taken receiver each in the 3rd round each the last couple of years. They got Miles Boykin in round 3, Devin Duvernay in round 3. They got Marquise Brown 2 years ago in round 1. I mean, the defense for them is pretty good. I mean, you got Derek Wolfe signed in the offseason here. Calais Campbell. I mean, I got Pernell McPhee back from the Bears. You got some good pieces there, but long term. Oh, by the way, hold on. I want to take a second. J.K. Dobbins. That's going to look good this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Just saying.
I think he's going to get
J.K. Dobbins. Latter part of probably round 2 is going to be a solid pick this year.
I think he's going to be overinflated. Everyone's going to expect to see J.K. Dobbins haul in 250 touches, if not more. That's the expectation, but it's just not going to happen. And everyone needs to kind of chill. Because Gus Edwards is actually going to be on the field quite a bit, and we just need to stop ignoring that fact.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that fact.
I look at Green Bay the last 2 years, 3 years.
You've been horrible picking Green Bay right now.
No, but what I'm pointing to the fact of is that even though Aaron Jones was far and away the better back and should have been on the field more, they kept rotating backs in and out, and it was Jamal Williams on the field more than he should have been. That's going to be the same situation in Baltimore.
Our team of trained business will give you complimentary tech evaluation to help jumpstart communications, connectivity, and security. We'll design a technology approach that's tailored for your business. Plus, limited time offers worth up to $1,000. Come to a participating store or book a virtual appointment to jumpstart your tech.
Oh, man.
Brandon, based off the sound of your commercials in the background, it sounds like you're about 5 seconds behind us on the TV.
Yeah, and earlier I was ahead, so I'm trying to figure out how that happened. Oh my goodness, they're going to take a receiver, and I'm going to. Oh man.
Why don't the receiver? I want them to pick, so I don't have to take them to fantasy.
Team receivers on the board. You got Bateman, you got Elijah Moore, you got Terrence Marshall.
I mean, part of me wants them to take Rondell Moore.
I mean,
but he's similar
already on the roster with Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they take a receiver, they're going to take an X, and it's going to be a guy like Bateman or Marshall.
Yeah, I mean they need an outside guy. They need a bigger body.
Yeah, because Sammy Watkins ain't good.
No, he's not.
Yeah, Sammy Watkins is the
He's
the GOAT of missing games at receiver.
Hey, don't
Sammy Watkins is essentially the receiver version of Jordan Howard. He's been in the league six years, really but it feels like he's been he's been in the league for 15.
You should post that. That's a good take.
It's essentially exactly what they are. Jordan Howard is 26 years old, and you would think that he's 35.
I think he's 36 years old.
Yeah. Are we playing Sweet Caroline again? Did I miss something? I'm seeing white people turning up at the draft, and I figure it's some great music.
We suck.
Roger Goodell's personal playlist.
Bateman. There he is, Bateman.
Damn! I was fucking a pick off again. Goddamn it!
I thought you'd go really second.
That was my pick in my final mock draft on rotoballer.com. So, yay, but boo.
it only you know what, B, it only really counts in the one that you actually get points for. So you didn't get it.
I do get points for this. This is my mock draft in the accuracy contest with other people in the industry. So I'll take that over our little fledgling pick the contest for the podcast here. So, golly, I'm such a big fan of Rashad Bateman. Him going to Baltimore is either going to be the missing piece that they've needed at receiver for the passing attack, or just another guy like Miles Boykin that's going to flash a touchdown once every 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, but Miles Boykin was.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to be more of the latter.
I tend to disagree, actually. I think he's one of the latter picks of round one. I mean, they've got to do something. He's better than Marquise Brown.
Yeah, but Mark Andrews get a lot of the red zone targets. I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing is he's gonna have to be more of kind of that 20 in between 20s guy. You know, Andrews going to get a lot of the looks down in the red zone. Marquise Brown's going to be the over the top, kind of take the top off the defense guy, and the slot over the middle possession kind of guy too. So I hope Bateman can develop some kind of rapport with Jackson early on in camp.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a. I mean, they've been trying to get wide receivers for a hot minute. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll say this though, I do feel like Marquise Brown can be the guy this year. I mean, he's gonna be at a discount. I mean, I think he could be.
Well, he was at a discount last year too. I mean, and he still managed to barely finish as a wide receiver 3 in fantasy. And a lot of that had to do with more of the fact that, you know, that offense in general was down. But this hopefully might be a situation where Bateman comes in, singles up a little bit more coverage for Marquise Brown, and I think hopefully they can all be the better for it from a production standpoint. Yeah, it's me trying to silver lining this thing as much as possible. I don't feel great about it, but I'm trying to talk myself into it to some degree.
Let's be real. Lamar Jackson's never going to throw for more than like 3,500 yards in a season.
Yeah,
you got a quarterback who's going to run for 1,000 yards. You got another running back in J.K. Dobbins that's also probably going to run for 1,000 yards.
And Gus Edwards going to run for 600.
Yeah, I mean they're just not going to pass the ball as much as most other teams. So
Nah, they will continue to be in the bottom 4 in pass attempts this year. That's no bones about it.
Yeah, I mean.
Saints, though,
have a great fantasy outlook.
Saints with an intriguing spot here.
I mean, I was having them going defense, but the more I kept thinking about it and the way their roster really came on, I actually had them going wide receiver here.
I mean, I could see Elijah Moore going here. I could see keeping the in-state product, Terrace Marshall, keeping him there in Louisiana.
This would probably. I mean, Terrace Marshall would be correct because I had Rashad Bateman going to pick later, and I had Terrace Marshall going to pick earlier. So I've done this a couple times here with Kwity Paye and Najee Harris. So that would probably be the pick right now. I mean, they have Traquan Smith really behind him and Marquez Callaway, who's okay, but they're going to have some with Taysom Hill and Jameis here. I mean, their defense has actually been pretty good the last couple of years. So
it has been somewhat inconsistent at times too, but
I mean, they've got really good offensive linemen. I don't think they're going that direction. They're either going deep or wide receiver here. I feel like wide receiver is going to be the pick.
I feel like they're either going to go with a wide receiver here or it's going to be an edge rusher and probably going to be Ojulari if they go edge rusher. That's just a gut instinct.
Oh, the gut. He's leading the overall in this thing here. Jay Fishman, he's been leading this thing. Dude, he had Rashad Bateman. He's got Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia, going next.
I had Stokes going. I think I had Stokes going 29th to the Packers. So.
Who's this guy? Tell you what, this is probably the most unprepared I've been for an NFL draft in a hot minute. Although I don't think I missed on that many picks. I mean, this guy's going to round 1. I haven't had many guys that were round 2 guys that have gone or here outside of Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, I was going to say Leatherwood is the glaring issue so far for me.
Kevin Jenkins has slipped a little bit.
He really has. That's a surprising development for me. Because now at this point, you're looking at Tevin Jenkins potentially falling, and possibly the Ravens taking him at 31. He could go 32 to the Bucs if the Bucs stay in the first round. I've mentioned the last few days, I think the Bucs are a potential team to trade out of the first round.
That's where I thought Etienne was going to go at first, but I just kept thinking he was going to go a little bit higher in round one. I mean, he just had all the make. Oh, there we go. Help him up, Roger Bill. Oh, her up. Sorry. Let's go wide receiver. The hell is he? All right,
Another reach.
I'm just gonna say this is probably one of the picks that I have no idea who the hell they are.
That is a reach. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a guy that was projected really like late round 2.
8-2, yeah.
Oh man. I mean that's
All AAC.
to me that reminds me of when they took Davenport. Davenport was a guy that was under the radar, unheralded. Nobody really knew who he was until the Senior Bowl, and he had a great week at the Senior Bowl, and his stock rose dramatically. Same thing here with Turner. Just alrighty then. I think that to me that screams the fact that they tried to trade and could not get anybody to come up. Picks in for Green Bay already. Aaron Rodgers is on the button. He's already turned in the pick for the Green Bay Packers. It's going to be a wide receiver. Has to be.
Ian Rappaport is reporting that it's Kyle Trask in the pick.
I would love that, actually.
That would actually be hilarious.
No wide receiver. Wow, that's an amazing stat there. One touchdown to only one first round pick, and that's Mercedes Lewis.
Alan Lazard, Equanimous, MVS, and a whole lot of crap below it.
I would love it if they took. I would love it if they went with like Campbell here, like the corner.
Who? I would love if they went Elijah Moore because that's what I've got.
Well, yeah, but I just think it would be. I would see me. I just want to watch. I'm trying to watch the world burn, and the Packers taking defense would make my night.
Oh, that would be great. Anything to further damn the Packers' name is all for me.
So,
They should give Aaron what he wants, but
and he's an MVP, and
It just seems like it's such a no-brainer pick to take Elijah Moore here.
you would think. Is that who you had in your predict the pick?
I don't know if it was in the predict the pick. It's in my final mock, though.
50-50. I've got one of the two, so I've got to be right one of these people.
Well, the predict the pick I've mentioned is I went through and just quickly did.
Okay, all right.
Because that's one of those things where, like, if you're so busy doing other stuff and prepping the other things, like, I have to remember to even put them in.
I get it. Yeah, sure.
Oh, man.
I got Elijah. I've got all the guys here. Come on.
One of the guys in the group chat on Rotoballer put if Elijah Moore is taken to the Packers, it's the equivalent of Kobe's new wedding ring to his wife after the incident.
Jeez.
That's funny.
Isn't that who the guy that's leading the whole thing just picked?
Wow.
No, okay, I was about to say, I was like,
Almost though. He'll get 50.
That's hilarious.
He had Greg Newsom too, which is a cornerback. So
Oh no.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers will be traded. I'm 100% confirming that now. Like, you cannot make that pick when your quarterback is basically telling you, I'm not coming back to the team. And the glaring weakness of your team is that you do not have a number 2 wide receiver. And you go
Eric, number 2 receiver.
Oh my God! They go Eric Stokes, almost like a middle finger to Aaron Rodgers' face.
That's against Tennessee, of course.
Hey, is that Brian Maurer?
Second Tennessee guy.
Oh my gosh! Yes, I'm going to go ahead and confirm that Aaron Rodgers will not be a Packer.
You're crazy.
Oh, so Urban Meyer, quote from Urban Meyer on the Travis Etienne pick.
Okay.
We'll use Etienne as a third down back.
Well, at least we know he's going to be out there for one play a game.
So he'll be catching passes like Kareem Hunt.
So he's essentially going to be the Kareem Hunt to Nick Chubb, is what that tells me.
Which, hey, I mean, it works. Those guys were both top 15 running backs. It works.
It could work. I don't know if it's going to work for them, but man.
I can't believe Owusu Koramora's still there.
Can I even get it? When's the last pick I've actually had right? Let's see. Jamar Chase at 5. I've had a lot one off.
Yeah, you have quite a few 50s. I got Najee Harris.
Let's see, Sugar Free, what you got? Yeah, most people had Najee. You got Najee Harris, and you had Rashawn Slater. Yeah, Rashawn Slater. I thought I had Rashawn Slater. You know what I was doing? I was looking at Brandon's pick. I feed to Milfon with it.
So another guy in the group said that the Packers are basically playing a very dangerous game of chicken with Aaron Rodgers right now.
At least they didn't take another offensive skill position that wasn't running. There wasn't running back quarterback. The Bills are acting like they got like a quarterback or something.
They're circle jerking here. They're happy.
Oh man!
Did they go one of the Carolina running backs here?
I mean, I thought that they were going to get a running back round 2, and I thought it was going to be one of the Carolina running backs. But hell, maybe they go round 1.
No.
Oh man, this was one guy said, how is the brass stones that the Packers front office has to tell a eventual Hall of Fame quarterback to just go fuck off for multiple seasons in a row?
Yeah, we don't really like you. We want you to almost get close to winning a Super Bowl, but we only want you to win one. We like Brett Favre a little bit more.
Oh man. That is hilarious. I can't get over that. That. Right. I mean, sure, Stokes is not a bad pick, but just that is.
Fatu Melifonwu.
If I was a Packers fan right now, I would be ready to give up my fandom and switch to another team. I mean, you have no trust in the front office at this point. Like, if you can't make Aaron Rodgers happy.
Well, I mean, it's like, look, like take the Bears for instance. They've searched for a quarterback for decades, and they've had decent receivers filing in and out of that offense over the years. Green Bay has a Hall of Fame quarterback who has made guys like Jordy Nelson. I mean, Donald Driver.
Donald Duke and the Driver.
And Devontae Adams, who was a nobody until
I mean, he's good, but he would have never been as
What college? Real quick. What college?
Fresno State.
Oh, great pull.
So,
Did you know that be? No,
Huh?
you did.
what? No, I wasn't even listening. It's just funny to me to see a team do that to their quarterback.
We're almost 4 hours in here. We got 10 minutes to 4 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was about midnight last.
You know, I was talking a little bit earlier about how, you know, we used to do this on Saturday. We used to start at 11 a.m. and go all the way to like 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
yeah, that was a marathon.
Pig is in. I like this a lot better.
Yeah, the format's a lot better for sure. I have Ojulari. I have Ojulari going here.
Hey, man.
Get the hell out of the chair, Gramps.
Oh, that's a good
No! I freaking had him going here.
pick. Damn good pick.
I had him going here earlier and I switched the pick.
Oh, shit, he has braces.
Oh,
Did
shit.
you say he
I
had-
had him going here?
Oh, he has braces. Is that an immediate downgrade?
Damn it.
Yeah, I'm all right with that pick.
What's a guy? Fucking switch it. Damn it. Former wide receiver.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, let's get these last two picks in. Let's get these last two picks in.
Ravens and Bucks to end the night. What are you most shocked about tonight, Brandon?
Let's do what?
What are you most shocked about tonight?
Well, Leatherwood going in round one. I wasn't projecting that. That was a shocker, but it was the Raiders that made the pick, so I'm not shocked. So it's kind of, you know, in one ear out the other.
Shocking pick.
Yeah. It was a shocking pick, but then you get down to the root of the pick and the team that made the pick, and you're like, yeah, okay, I get it. So I was confused by that one, but I'm kind of thrown aback a little bit by the Titans not going receiver. I'm obviously thrown aback by the Packers not going receiver.
Man, I think a lot of you got guys like Nico Collins from Michigan. I think the round two receiver is going to be where a lot of these guys are going to come in.
Well, same thing with the running backs. You're going to start to see the running backs go off the board in round two also.
I think it's going to come early round two here to where I think the receiver is going to be somebody else. I'm not going to lie. I am so shocked by my Bears going Justin Fields and trading up for him.
I wasn't shocked by the way the board started falling.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If the Panthers can somehow get a guy like Elijah Moore, or hell, even a guy like Rondale Moore,
and I don't think y'all need them though.
My penis would be flush. Flush.
You would get a lot of blood circulating.
Exactly.
Okay.
That would be my daily dose of Viagra if they drafted one of those guys.
But like I said, I don't think y'all need them. I don't think y'all need a wide receiver at all.
If they had him, if I'm the Panthers though, I go ahead and go get I go get a Kyle Trask out there. I mean,
No.
I'll say this though. I think Sam Darnold could be the guy. I mean, outside
Yeah.
of his little mono ballot, I mean, he was hurt last year. I think Sam Darnold could lead you guys to the playoffs this year.
I absolutely do too. And
What did
and him and Robbie Anderson already have a great rapport.
Yep.
Robbie Anderson put up big stats when Sam Darnold was the quarterback of the Jets. And DJ Moore and a healthy Christian McCaffrey catching 100 plus passes out of the backfield. I mean, I do think Darnold can throw 4,000 yards and maybe 25, 30 touchdown passes, get us to the playoffs. Maybe a wild card because
Playoffs?
I think y'all.
the Bucks are obviously the team to beat in the NFC South, but we could
Yeah.
be a wild card team.
I think the Panthers need to get a tight end in that offense there.
Yeah, because Ian Thomas is not doing it, and
Not
Dan
at all.
Arnold, our free agent signing, Dan Arnold's
That's a blocking tight end. That's pure and simple.
that's no bueno.
No. Yeah, I think they need to get
All right, Roseanne.
I
Sorry.
think so Carolina getting a guy like Brevin Young, I think, at tight end, maybe second, possibly third round. I would like that move. But I don't think y'all need to invest in a wide receiver early in this draft because Moore and Anderson can get the job done there, and y'all can plug in a third guy.
Curtis Samuel made a big difference last year.
Did you just say Morton Anderson?
No, Moore and Anderson. I can't get this. I can't get this hat on my head, but I'm excited.
Hold on, there we go.
Gregory Russo's not going to be sucking dick anytime for the next couple of years with those braces.
I've never seen snow in my life, but I'm about to be surrounded by it.
Yeah, for about 2.
Is that a bowl cut?
No, that's the some popular haircut that's with the Utes.
Okay, I'm definitely old. So
Yeah, if you go watch a lot of these like high school basketball players, a lot of them have that hairstyle.
that's the younger brother ball haircut. Right. Well, at least I'm not going to finish in last. There were Revis and Butt. Oh well, there you go. Revis. Okay. So the bottom 3 in our draft, they messed up a little bit, and they didn't pick beyond a lot of picks there. Unfortunately, our boy Chris Thompson picked all the picks, and not looking very good.
Yeah, Greg
He and
Newsom.
I. Hopefully, we joined in this pick. Trevin Mooring.
Yeah, Greg Newsom.
He did. That's solid. Justin Farley, McConaughey, man, damn.
6.
You're in 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Neil Lowry is currently leading our picks, and unless something different happens here, well, he's not going to be able to get either of the last 2 picks here. So whoever T. Dobbins is, Tommy. Who's Tommy Trimble?
Tight end, right?
Oh yeah,
Notre
tight
Dame?
end, yeah. Interesting. All right, can we have a little shake up here at the end? Alex Leatherwood, he's not getting picked there. New England fan. What we got here? He's not going to do anything. Christian Barmore, that's not going to happen. Drew's locks. Drew, what you got here? Drew, no. Rashad Bateman, no. Levi owns a Ferrari. Oh, what you got? Got a chance? No. Zaven Collins, Terrace Marshall to the very end. What are you looking forward to day 2 here, B? Let's just say we don't have an offensive guy go round 1 here. In what do you got round 2?
I'm looking for Javonte Williams to go to the Falcons there with the 3rd pick in the 2nd round. That would be a very intriguing move for me. Obviously, I mean, you're looking right now. You got Jets, Falcons, Dolphins at the top of round 2, all with a need at running back potentially. So you're going to look for running backs to come off the board a little bit early in round 2. But then, like we were talking about just a few minutes ago, I mean, a lot of these receivers, we're going to see some of the names coming off the board, like Rondell Moore. I'm going to be I'm wondering where he's going to wind up. If Terrace Marshall does not get selected here in round 1, I want to know where he's going to line up. There's a lot of intriguing prospects out there. How many quarterbacks potentially go in round 2 is another question, because I think we're probably going to see a couple more come off the board.
Yeah. I mean, you got a team like the Broncos could go quarterback round 2. The Lions could go quarterback round 2. Let's see what we got after that.
Washington.
Yeah, I mean, you could have Washington attack it.
Oh, wow. All right, Ben, you know what? Damn it.
You know, I almost went Jason Owe.
I had him pick right before it.
This is where I've got Samuel Cosme going, is to end round 1. It's like if Tampa Bay doesn't trade out of this spot, they have pretty much a pick of the litter of whatever they want to do.
Really? I mean, I'm gonna go edge rusher. I mean, I had Joe Tryon.
Yeah, that was another guy that I've liked.
Barnwell, sorry.
But I'm shocked that Owusu is still on the board. Hey, that was against those Memphis Tigers.
That's what I understand. Jason Owe only started 8 of 24 games.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's what I look like in my shirt. No shirt. Yeah. What we got?
Do you not know? You just not care.
Yeah. Let's see here. All right. Oh, Buck's pick is in. So right now in our group we have. It's either going to be Neil Lowry, or whoever T. Dobbins is. Only if T. Dobbins picked Javonte Williams correctly here to the Bucs. That would be a stretch.
Tampa's making the pick. That's not going to be who gets selected. So
you wouldn't think.
No. They're either going to solidify some more along the offensive line, or they're going to get a pass rusher. That's what I would think.
Here we go. Last pick. Guys, it's been fun. We'll be back tomorrow night.
It's been a long day.
I hate myself. I fucking had Tryon here, and oh my god.
Hey, and that concludes round 1. And I'm pretty much ready to go to bed myself.
Okay.
Yeah, it has been a long day. I'm ready to call it a day. But yep, that's round 1 coverage.
Round 2, what are you looking forward to?
That's like I said, you're going to see more skill position guys coming off the board. It's just a matter of landing spot. Your round 1 winner before we go off here.
I mean, you got to go with the Jags here. I mean, they're getting ready to pick top half of round 2. I mean,
I meant more like a player from a fantasy perspective. Your round 1 winner.
Let's see, round 1 winner from a fantasy perspective. I mean, I think you got to go Najee Harris. I mean, that was we predicted him to go to the Steelers. He went to the Steelers. He's the unadulterated, clear-cut number 1 there.
Yeah.
And he's got to be the winner, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to go 1A, 1B. I think the other one's going to be Kyle Pitts going to Atlanta. I think that sets up nicely for him. Yeah, even as much as this year in a redraft league, but a big boost for him in his potential going forward in dynasty circles as well. So I think both of those two guys are your bigger winners for a fantasy production standpoint after round one tonight.
He's a loser.
Oh man, I'm going to say Bateman.
I'm going to go Jalen Waddle. I mean, Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. I mean,
I can see that there's some
that's a
usage
lot.
there that would help him. So I'm not going to really kind of crap on it right now. But
poo-poo on it.
But would you say this to be fair? Waddle at his lowest could potentially be Bateman at his highest in the Ravens offense. I mean, they seem like they could be the same. Like Bateman as the 1 and B.
No.
As they could see similar production as Waddle as a 3 or 4 in the Dolphins offense.
No. I mean, Waddle's going to be a 3 or 4, but Bateman could be the 1.
He could be, but
I don't know that I necessarily see Jalen Waddle being a 1 years. So
do you see Bateman getting over 100 targets in his rookie year?
No.
I don't either. Do you see Waddle getting over 75?
Push.
All right. I think that's going to be probably where they're both around that area.
I see Jamar Chase getting 90. I don't think any rookie receiver gets over 100.
You don't think we're going to see a Justin Jefferson-like performance out of any rookie drafted in the first round tonight?
I don't think so.
I think Jamar Chase will.
I think Jamar Chase could, but I think there's a lot of targets to go around there too. Jamar Chase has the best shot, I'd say, followed by Devontae Smith.
I was going to say Boyd. Who's Joe Burrow?
T. Higgins.
Higgins, Tyler Boyd. There's some plenty of mouths to feed in that passing attack there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
But I mean, you could have said the same thing about Jefferson with Adam Thielen.
True. Yeah, I mean, I liked Jefferson in that landing spot last year. I was not the biggest proponent of Adam Thielen going into the year, and he surprised me. So, but
he did not surprise me. I thought that's about where he would go, and that's about what he did. So
true. But there we have it. I mean, that's round one in a nutshell. There, 4 hours in the books.
I really can't believe my Bears.
Yeah, Fields
traded up to
the Bears.
I'm
shocker. Anyways,
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good receivers to go early part of round 2. We got Rondale Moore is potentially out there. You got Elijah Moore is potentially out to Terrace Marshall. I mean, you got a lot of good receivers. You got a lot of good running backs. You got a lot of fantasy potential round 2 here.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we're going to have round 3 tomorrow as well. So a lot of picks coming off the board, plenty of potential landing spots to go and talk about. And we will do that at a later time. But round 1 in the books, completed. That is the end of our coverage of this evening after round 1 of the NFL draft, the 2021 NFL draft. But till we catch you guys next time on the next episode of
Where you at?
Fantasy.
All right, Mr. Woo. Woo!